Day 2 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. 10 of the world's best players were back in action for the first stage of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. Fabiano Caruana defeated Constantin Lupulescu, but it was the other Romanian star, Bogdan Deac's heroic defense against MVL that has all of Bucharest cheering as their young phenom finds himself in a two-way tie for first. Round 3 of exciting action coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour, held here in Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in the Union Square, and these are the Romanian artesian fountains. With all these fountains around me, I feel refreshed and ready to watch some chess games. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser, Maurice, and Alejandro.
Welcome back to beautiful Romania, a country that is breathing chess. As today we have the third round of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first leg of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with Grandmaster Yasser Sarawan.
Alejandro, as always, a pleasure to be with you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of round 3. We got off to a slow start, but we sure made up for it yesterday with 2 victories. And let's take a look at our standings.
It's those 2 winners that are leading the pack. The first day started with 5 draws, and of course, it's the 2 players that scored the victories that are able to be up there. One of them, not a surprise, the highest rated player of the tournament, Fabiano Caruana, but the other one, certainly something to talk about, the lowest rated player of the tournament, Bogdan Deac. They're the ones with 1.5 points. Everybody else has made 2 draws, and they find themselves with 1 point out of 2. And the players that lost yesterday, Constantin Lupulescu and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, definitely the surprise person in the cellar there, 0.5 point out of 2. Let's take a look at the format of the event. It's a single round robin, 10 players. That means that we will have 9 rounds. Everybody plays each other once. A classical format, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment all throughout. Absolutely no draw offers. If you want to make a draw, you're going to have to find a clever repetition or take all of those pieces off the board. We did see a clever repetition, I thought, yesterday.
I agree with that.
And we have 1 point for a win, 0.5 point for a draw, no points for a loss. Traditional scoring system, $325,000 for the prize fund.
Very handsome prize fund indeed. And our schedule, Alejandro.
It's 1 round a day, including today. The only rest day for the players and for us will be on Thursday, June 10th. Besides that, it's 1 round every single day, same time. No tie breaks for this tournament. If 2 or more players are tied at any point, the players will be splitting not only the prize money, but remember, also the Grand Chess Tour points. The trophy for the winner will be awarded based on a mathematical tiebreak, starting with the head-to-head among the tied players, followed by number of wins, and if still tied after that, Sonneborn Burger score, which will take some time to explain if we actually get to that point.
If we have to.
Yeah, if we have to. But let's take a look at who is at the pole position with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Thank you, Alejandro. Well, normally when you have the Grand Chess Tour, the organizers put this list together. The players on the list, we know on a first-name basis. You might say Fabi, you say Anish, you say Maxime, you say Livon. We all know who you're talking about. But if I say Bogdan, you say who? Well, indeed, there is one that has actually 2 first names, and that is Bogdan Daniel Deac, 19 years young from Romania. He is now sitting atop the leaderboard, and he entered this tournament as a replacement for Richard Rapport, who struck ill before the event. It was a last-minute replacement as well. This young man became a grandmaster at the tender age of 14 years and 7 months. We do know that Sergei Karyakin holds the record of becoming the youngest GM in history at 12 years and 7 months, but nevertheless, still a very young age to be a GM, certainly a prodigy. He's the 5th highest rated junior on the planet and the 2nd highest rated player overall in Romania. But if he keeps playing like this, he'll soon be number 1. He started the tournament as the lowest rated player. After 2 rounds, tied for first with a draw against Anish Giri. He was winning that game, by the way, and then a win against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Certainly an incredible start. Even the best in the world would be happy with such a start. This young man just tearing up all of Romania right now. Super excited by how well he is doing. Will he be able to continue his incredible start in the event? It's certainly something we will be watching for, and I'm sure everyone will be hoping for. Indeed, certainly those fans in Romania. And for more on that, we're going to jump to our colleagues right now in Bucharest, in Christian and Almira.
Thank you, Maurice, and welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm Christian Kirilla, and I'm joined by my co-host, Almira Skrincheko. Hi, Almira.
Hey, Christian. Hey, guys.
Yesterday, we had an amazing day filled with events, and of course, I'm talking about the 2 decisive games, the one between Fabiano Caruana and Lupulescu, which ended in Fabiano's victory. And, you know, the best show in town, and of course, that is Bogdan Deac, who just defeated one of the top players of the world and shocked the whole Romania and the world. But a lot of very interesting insights from some of our top players also caught my eye, and that was one Leveronian who gave a very, very revealing interview. So let's take a look at that.
No, it's a great feeling because this has been part of my life since I was 9 years old, and to have such a long break is, of course, you have this anxiety because you stop dreaming about chess, and at some point you don't even understand how you should train, because if you analyze a lot of openings, very solid openings, you're not going to succeed in a rapid format.
Yeah.
But year and a half we only had rapid chess, so now I'm working like crazy during this tournament.
You have to catch up on the opening work. That's an interesting insight. Some incredible insights from one of the deepest thinkers in the world of chess. Almira, what was your take on that?
Well, actually, Christian, with Levon, we go way back, so he's the original gangster. And during the opening ceremony, he told me that he no longer felt he was a chess player anymore. And this precisely describes the existential dilemma that all chess players had to face. They had to reinvent their existence, their lives. And I'm so glad that here in Romania, we can feel the pieces, we can feel the tension, we can feel the chairs, the players, and the commentators.
A lot of players will have to reinvent themselves and see how to approach the remaining of the tournament. For the action, let's go to the studio and start the day.
Thank you,
Well, thank
Almira
you.
and Christian. Reconnecting with the pieces. I understand what that's all about, 15 months of COVID. We'll do that. Let's take a look at the pairings for this round 3. Alejandro, what do you have for us?
Round 3 here in Bucharest. Certainly some important matchups, but 2 heavy hitters stand out to me. Grischuk against Wesley So, Grischuk with the white pieces,
Definitely.
and Levon Aronian also with the white pieces. He's going to be playing against the Americans, Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, both with black facing their strong opponents. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Bogdan Deac, will be playing with white again against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. That's going to be an exciting one. Mamedyarov, a feisty player, doesn't matter if he's white or black. Meanwhile, Timur Rajabov and Lupulescu with the white pieces, I expect them to be a little bit more on the solid side based on their styles against MVL and Giri respectively. That's certainly going to be strong games, but it's going to be board number 1 and board number 5 that we're probably going to keep our eyes out on.
Absolutely, those heavyweights. And again, that Levon Aronian Fabi match in especially really resonates for me. I'll be watching that carefully as we see the players entering the stage, getting ready for this third round. I remember Lanier Dominguez, and he was talking about his experience during the clutch chess tournament and how he was playing with his son. And then his wife came and said, you know, in 10 minutes, your game starts. And he was like, what? In 10 minutes, you know, he goes from his son to the online tournament. Normally, he said, I knew I was at a tournament, I would pack, I'd arrive, I'd stay at the hotel, I'd be unpacking, and I would be going, right. Now I'm in the frame of mind. Now I'm ready to play, as we get a nice visual there of Timur Radjabov on the left.
Yeah, certainly a different feeling altogether. It's
Exactly.
difficult really to play the serious events online when you have so much to worry about at home. It don't have the same gravitas. You go to a tournament and you focus, you're there. And
Exactly.
it's a completely different feeling. It's a feeling that's difficult to explain. That you're now in tournament mode. It's just like in your mind, things are rearranged in priority, right?
Exactly, exactly. And I've been noticing that MBL has consistently been wearing a face mask, whereas many of his colleagues have not.
I actually don't know what the who's
Protocol is?
vaccinated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, there in Bucharest. Radjabov, I have to say, what a solid player.
Yes. He's always been one of the top players. A lot of times we just think that he doesn't have enough ambition. But boy, when you press him and you force him to play, oops, let's go to me and listen on the PA.
Welcome to this third day. Good luck to all the players. And before beginning the matches, let's welcome our special guest from today, which is Florin Radicioiu, a famous Romanian football player. He made part of the Romanian golden generation of football, and he will make the first move on the central table.
There he is.
Seems to stand out, doesn't he, though? I like the suit jacket.
For sure.
Okay, now, what's it going to be, D4 or E4?
If Timur tells him, I would be surprised if he incorporates E4 today. I really expect D4 type of Grunfeld. Yes, and I think Timur is going with the predictable D4
Yes.
on the board.
By the way, for an event of this magnitude, it has been incredibly heavy-handed D4 openings. I mean, it's dominated.
But E4 has a 100% record.
For black.
For now.
MBL lost with E4 yesterday.
Oh, you're right. A 100% decisive record is what I meant to say. Sorry.
okay.
Because remember that Fabi won against Lupulescu with
Also
E4.
with E4.
That's right.
Okay.
And we should just be seconds away from the games actually starting.
All right, and there we see our tournament leader, Fabi, at the board. Levon Aronian has been a good player for Fabi, or has it been that Levon got Fabi early in his career? How do they match up?
Last I remember, and I will just look up that statistic for you, but last I remember, they're pretty even. Levon, he's a player that can certainly give a lot of surprises, but sometimes in some events, he's just a bit off form. And if somebody can make a criticism of Levon, it's his performance and the candidates that's really not been stellar. And remember that in the candidates 2018, where Fabi won a very crucial game, at least one game, I believe he might have won both, against Levon Aronian. And that was part of what catapulted him to the top positions in those tournaments. As Levon is starting with straight up D4, Fabiano Caruana choosing D5.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Queen's Gambit accepted. Not something that's really part of his repertoire, Fabiano's that is, but it's not the first time we see it in this tournament. Wesley So also employing it against Shakhyar Mamedyarov in round 1, I believe, very successfully.
Yes. And we see e2, e3. It's one of those positions after d5 takes c4 that for me has always been a key moment. I want to put it like that. Are you going to play e4 on move 3 for white? Are you going to play knight f3? Or are you going to play knight c3? And e3...
E3 was always, to me, the weirdest one of them all.
Of them all,
Because
right?
E4, okay, it's a very sharp line. We go for direct confrontation. There's many variations, E4, C5, E4, E5, E4, Knight F6 has become very popular.
Right.
But what is the advantage of this move order? Because you go Knight F3 anyway. This is what I never understood. You go Knight F3 anyway. Are you avoiding a line with this?
Let's see, what could you be avoiding? E5?
No, you encourage E5, right? Because E3, E5 is a move. I don't know if it's sound, but it's a move.
Okay.
Whereas if you go Knight F3 on move 3,
then you're stopping E5.
I don't know. I don't think that black has any extra choices.
Maybe you're preventing B5?
Yeah, the B5 lines that have become...
Well, Grotti at least put it like, wow, Knight C6.
Yeah, more of a modern approach to the variations. We had seen the older, more classical approach of A6, played by Wesley.
And A6 is almost to the exclusiveness of everything. Knight C6, hasn't this been... I'm thinking of Magnus Carlsen as having played this particularly nuanced variation with Knight C6. Well, I'm not really too sure.
I know that white has basically two ways of continuing that try to put pressure on black. One is to play the move Knight C3. It's more of a transposition to other variations, but I believe the more direct way of playing this position is with the move Queen E2.
Exactly. Queen E2, Rook D1. As far as I'm concerned, they're the main moves. But Knight C3, in that case, you've included Knight C3 and Knight C6,
which are considered to be dubious for both sides in the normal variation of the Queen's Gambit accepted.
And there we see Knight C3 by Levon.
Right. But it's funny because the inclusion of only one is supposed to be just not good for white if you just play the move Knight C3. But because the knight is on C6, sometimes the knight being on C3 and D5 coming with tempo as opposed to not hitting anything, sometimes gives the justification of why your knight is on C3 as opposed to developing your other pieces first. I do believe Queen E2 is supposed to be the sharper variation, Knight C3 perfectly playable, and we see that Fabiano has instantly replied with the very natural move A6, preparing the move B5, preventing also from something landing on B5 in many lines. I'm not hugely familiar with this theoretical duel. It's funny because you include what look like two natural moves, right? Black could have started with the move A6, you could have played Knight C3, Knight C6. But throughout many years of study, we've come to realize that both Knight C3 and the Knight on C6 can find themselves misplaced in this particular structure.
For me, as a Queen's Gambit accepted player, I never really liked my knight on C6. I was always playing for the A6, B5 tempo, so I could fianchetto my bishop on the long diagonal, and my knight, I felt, was better placed on the D7 square. Now, having played A7, A6, here the question for me is, should I play bishop to B3? Basically, what I'm trying to do is sidestep the move B7, B5. So like after bishop B3, if you play the move B5, then you have to consider moves like D4, D5, as well as A4, A2, A4. Again, this isn't my territory with the knight on C6.
It changes a lot because I would say bishop B3 in this particular position, it's a bit strange.
Yeah.
It's a bit strange with the knight on C3 because normally you're playing for a very quick A4 break, but because your knight is on C3, one of the reasons that we think the knight is misplaced on the C3 square is that, for example, white retreats the bishop, bishop B3 preemptively against B5.
Exactly.
You play B5 anyway, and in those situations you go A4. Break that structure and say you don't really want to play B4. It weakens the C4 square. But that's with the knight on B1.
Yes.
And if you play B4, the knight hops around. Knight D2, knight C4. But with the knight on C3, you have to expend that tempo.
Yes, but after B4, knight to E2, let me just show oops, excuse me, I clicked something. Just a second. Okay, let me see if I got this right.
Almost there.
Almost there.
We got it.
Here we go. Okay, so what we've been discussing is after this move a7, a6 by Fabi, it's clear that he wants to play for b5 and gain the tempo. So we're sitting there saying, okay, you drop the bishop back immediately with the idea that after b5, you can break up the queenside structure, as Alejandro was saying, with the move a4. Keep in mind, you can't play the move c4 because in this case, a takes b5 is actually very, very good for white. So we've been talking about after a4, b4, knight e2. Yes, we've weakened the c4 square, but with the knight already on c3, not coming immediately to the c4 square, it's a try. I don't think it's
It doesn't look like a bad try.
Not at all.
Yeah.
But besides the move, did you have a suggestion besides the move bishop b3? Did you like queen e2?
Queen e2 looks natural. The question would be after the move b5. Because c takes d4, you can argue rook d1, followed by ed. And because your knight's on c6, my d5 break might come with a nice tempo. You might be forced to play something like bishop, like d3, but you don't really want to get into that.
No, I don't. So you were thinking queen e2, b5?
That's what I would expect. Again, it's funny that just throwing in these knight moves changes the theory of this so much.
Absolutely.
But I really don't know what the point here is for white after the move knight c3. And the lifetime between these two players, heavyweights of the chess world, yeah, okay, 9 wins for Levon, 13 wins for Fabi, a lot of draws, but that's actually more wins for Fabi than I thought. I know that Fabi had gotten the best of Levon in the last few years.
Right.
But I didn't expect it to be that of a big of a difference.
Levon being the senior, if you will. Sometimes the seniors catch the juniors a little bit early, but that's a very, very impressive score by Fabi. 24 draws. Boy, they really have a lot of experience with one another.
Oh, certainly.
Let's go around the horn and just see some of the other games. The other heavyweight matchup that we were talking about, whoops, I was going to find the game between Wesley So.
That's the third one.
There it is.
Grischuk against Wesley So, a Berlin. It had to happen at some point in the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
It's our first Berlin endgame of the tournament. Hopefully the last. I mean, yes. And, and we have Alexander Grischuk with white. Actually, Grischuk plays this with white and black. So he's certainly very familiar with the themes. Wesley, he's never really played the Berlin endgame with the white side. He's always been on the defensive side of it. But what a great defender he is of these positions. He plays the Berlin masterfully. I remember that he beat recently, I believe it was Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, in one of the Champions Chess Tour with the black side of a Berlin, and he just made it look easy.
Wow. Okay, we'll see which line that Wesley chooses. In that, and we'll go around the horn. I saw that we had this Grunfeld. Now, this was the Grunfeld that we had earlier in the tournament. I believe it was like Grischuk versus MVL, where he took on b7, and the players made a pretty tame draw.
But why is Rajabov thinking? Like, MVL just played this 2 days ago.
Yeah, exactly.
You should expect it to be on the board if you're going to play the same variation.
Exactly, and we're thinking that bishop g5, the key move, is going to be Timur's choice in this very heavy theory, I want to say. Now, let's turn to, I wanted to say, our other tournament co-leader.
That's right. Bogdan Daniel Deac playing with the white pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. A known line of the Catalan. Not the main line nowadays, but certainly one of the many versions that black can choose against the Catalan. Taking early on c4 and playing this move knight c6. Again, not the main line, but it is one of the many ways of playing. It keeps some fighting spirit on the position.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I remember, I think it was Luc van Velde actually playing a line in a Dutch league with knight c6 and rook b8, very early rook b8. and won very impressively as black. It was the first time that I had become familiar with this particular line of the Catalan, because it is rare to see the knight on c6 as black, after d5 takes c4 especially. But the line continued. Queen a4 check, bishop
D2.
bishop b4, bishop
Knight
d2.
D5.
And this is a long theoretical dispute as well.
This has been going around since your time, yes.
I know.
I mean-
it feels like yeah, the 20s, the Roaring 20s.
The Roaring 20s,
we
yes.
called it. Knight d5. Okay, and finally there was a game that Anish was playing, and that looked really different. Okay, in English, 4 knights English with e2, e3, bishop b4, queen c2. And I have had a lot of experience as white in this line where they capture on c3. And I always thought that was a really funny move by black. I mean, in the sense that you immediately take the knight. You don't even wait for the move a2, a3. And you're like, what are you doing? You're capturing this knight. The idea is that if you castle, then this move knight d5 is a little bit awkward for black, as this bishop on b4 is kind of hitting empty air. But bishop takes, pardon me, bishop takes c3 is the main move. Queen takes c3, queen e7, and in my junior days, I would play a2, a3 here with the idea of playing b4. The immediate d4.
It's all the rage.
Indeed, knight e4, queen d3 takes,
Please
knight
don't take
takes,
c3.
and knight to c5 already on the board.
Right.
Both players are playing pretty quickly. I'm assuming queen c3 is the next.
I think queen c3 runs into knight e4. I think if you want to play for a win, you have to play the move queen d1.
Knight e4, with the idea that I shouldn't get my hand caught in the cookie jar here because of queen b4 check.
Something like this, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
But it sounds about right.
enough.
But this sounds correct, yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the king is actually really weak wherever it goes.
Yeah.
You can't really put it on d1 because I think bishop g4 just wins.
Right, and castle's long.
And castle's long. You can't take on g4 because of the fork on f2. And if you play king e2,
That, by the way, that's a cruel fork, right?
yeah, that's a very cruel fork.
Ouch. The royal fork, in this case, a family fork with the knight hitting also the rook on h1. So you were saying that to play for a win, you have to drop all the way back to d1.
I think so. I believe that's how they're playing this position. Not the most theoretically heavy version of this line, but something that I know exists.
2 bishops. I mean, if you give white a chance to just play bishop e2 castles and consolidate the 2 bishops, he will, that is to say, white will have a long-term advantage. What should black be doing against queen d1? Do you know?
As I said, this is a little bit of the sideline. I think they take on d4. You kind of force the queen out again. You play knight e6 to hit the queen. I don't remember if you play knight e6 immediately or you play later, but at some point you go knight e6 and you try to break while white has no development.
When you say you try to break, you try to break with the move d7, d5?
Yeah, something like this. It's a little counterintuitive because of the pair of bishops, but you're supposed to have just about enough tempi to keep the game.
It feels in some ways like a Budapest. I mean, I've seen Budapest gambits where you give up the 2 bishops, but you get this very good bishop on b7.
The main difference would be that the knight on c5 is well placed instead of badly placed on e5.
Right. Exactly, with the knight on e5. Okay, we'll definitely keep our eye on that. We're going to go back. Timur still hasn't played. Remarkable. Maurice, you've got something to share.
Well, we've seen how contentious the games have been between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. And they've had amazing battles over the years. Those results, 14 wins, 14 for one, 9 for the other. 23 wins between them in classical chess. That's something that's just extraordinary, given that they're such high-quality opposition, quality opponents. But you mentioned, Alejandro, that there was one game or one situation you remember is from the candidates. Did Fabi beat Levon once, or was it twice? Well, it turned out it was twice. He beat him 2 games in those 2018 candidates. And man, what games they were. I'll show you the first game here. They met in round 7, and this was the position with Levon with the white pieces. And of course, Levon wanted very much. I'm sure he still has some aspirations to become the champion of the world, so he wanted to win this event, and he played very aggressively. You see his pawn is under attack, is Levon's. He could just retreat the knight, but who wants to retreat a knight when you can play a move like G4?
Right.
We saw this move, was it yesterday, in fact? We saw it yesterday. Maxime played it against the young player Bogdan, and, well, didn't work out too well for him. We'll see how it works out in this game. Fabi took the pawn, and after queen takes F4, and after queen A5, G5, Levon not one to not sacrifice his pieces and just play incredibly sharp chess. This move looking to open up the lines. A queen to H5 is coming with this bishop on D3. Fabi retreated. The engines didn't appreciate this move as the best. One thought a move like G6 or bishop D7 was better. And the game just went wild, folks. I'm going to go through this game just to show you how crazy it was. G6 trying to block lines. H5, no can do. It looks like white is the one having all the fun here. King to H8, king to H2. And after bishop C6, another piece coming into the act. Bishop to D6. Black has bishops pointed at the king. You'd think that this position was somewhat compromised. The rook is ready to swing over if the queen shows up, but this bishop move hitting this pawn does cause some concern. So takes, whoa, I jumped ahead, excuse me. So queen to F2, stopping queen H4, bishop to C7, king to H3. This is the kind of player Levon Aronian is. I mean, with the king doing a march like this one, queen E7, and now knight to G5, sacrificing an exchange, which Fabi said, no, I didn't want. I mean, we could spend the whole day going over a game like this one. It's so extraordinary. And then a rook sack on C6, insisting on the exchange, followed by a knight sack on F7, and then the 2 pawns steaming down the board. Rook F6, G7, King G8. And it's only here the engine said, this move is a bad mistake. Queen H4 apparently was better. King to H7. Now Queen H4 allows E4, rook to G3, and bishop takes F4, and the back of the attack has been broken. He tried to promote and take, but after king to H8, you can see that black has everything, white has nothing. He tried one rook G7, queen F8, rook H7 check, king takes on G8, and white's attack had finally run out of steam. We can only hope they play a game like this one today, but they've had some incredible battles over the years.
No question about it. That one in particular, Maurice, that was a Donnybrook. And as you were showing the game, I recalled all my emotions going through that game because it was such a roller coaster ride, and you thought for a moment that Fabi was going to lose his seat. By the way, the move knight E5 by Levon has been played because we were trying to guess between queen E2 and bishop B3. And my obvious question is, what is white doing after trades? These double pawns on the e-file don't look particularly that good to my eyes. After knight d7, knight g4 is a different approach, but the idea is if I can get you to play f4 for just a moment, I was going to get in the b5 and bishop b7, and I don't know, it feels like I prefer black, unless I'm missing something.
Something like taking on b5, right? But it doesn't really work.
Right, like, no. Like here, you want to do something like here?
Yeah, but this is just fantasy.
Exactly.
Chess, yeah.
No, I'm not even sure if there's, beyond knight c7, if there's really a threat.
Right.
You don't want to play knight c7. You don't want to play knight d6.
No, I'm as confused as you are. If you take on e5 and I go knight d7.
Yeah. Trading the queens.
You kind of have to defend this pawn. You don't really have counterattack here.
Exactly. I mean, the desirable e4, knight takes e5, unfortunately comes with a very nasty tempo against the bishop on a c4. So
f4 looks forced.
f4 looks forced, and again, we're just looking at b5. Is there something here that we're missing? I mean, I agree. If I can get an e4 and f5,
I don't even know what
I'm
that
not even
I'm
sure
not
what
even
I'm
sure, yeah. Yeah, advancing the pawns looks menacing, but as long as you don't trade voluntarily on f5, they're running into a brick wall.
Exactly.
e5's always weak. So
And
I would,
in the meanwhile, that's a serious majority on the queen side. Looks pretty good.
yeah, bishop b7 will come. Black, I think, will seriously consider castling long.
Yes,
Yeah.
no question about it. Oh boy. Well, I mean, an imbalance early with this move, knight e5.
Yeah, you could very solidly play against knight e5 simply something like bishop d7, consolidate your position. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that.
No.
Could expend a tempi and take my bishop, but it is 2 tempi that you're giving up. It's a good knight for a bad bishop. So I wouldn't be too scared of this as black.
No.
But perhaps it is possible to think of playing more ambitiously, as you were saying, with knight takes e5. A crossroad here for Fabri, not familiar with the move knight e5, as he sunk into thought.
Exactly. Well, we'll keep that our eye on that as we follow the game here between our other tournament co-leader, Bogdanas White. They're still in theoretical territory in that Catalan. And after h3, bishop e7, I must say that for me, the Berlin is such a difficult opening as white and as black, because after this move h2, h3, which is pretty much elbowed aside just about everything else, right?
Yeah.
That has become the move. I'm also familiar with the ideas of bishop d7, and you're trying to put your king on the queen side, right? And those variations are really intense. I remember from the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Vichy Anand, some really crazy Berlins there. So as black, you can choose to try to put your king on the queen side. You can try to leave the king in the center. And Wesley chose the move bishop e7, rook d1 check, king e8. And I think there's probably been about 1,000 games from this position.
If white plays the move knight c3, which would normally transpose into the normal channels, not playing knight c3 makes a little bit of a difference, but I don't think that there's a more useful move than it. h3 usually is not the move order. They play knight c3, black plays something, and then they reply the move h3.
h3.
But h3 first shouldn't make that big of a difference. I expect knight c3. Some people have been experimenting with c4, but
c4 at this moment.
right, and the idea is that you take away d5 from black, you gain a bit of space, but it hasn't been tremendously successful. The move c4, it doesn't really help white that much. On the other hand, it changes the character of the position just a tiny bit, and that way people don't have to remember 35 moves of theory.
Very, very good. And again, Timur has not moved in a position that he could have easily have prepared for
I mean, I could have told him.
MVL. That, look, you will get this position. If you want this position against MVL, your choice. Because MVL had defended it earlier in the tournament as well. And
This
how
is so
long has he
strange to me.
thought?
It's been like 20 minutes.
You saw 20 minutes.
It's a
of run this-
19-minute thing so far for Timur Rajabov in this position that
which
he
is a
just
tabia.
had.
Yeah.
Not only is it a tab, it's not even like a theoretical tabia that, okay, maybe I didn't expect him to play this particular variation. MVL just had this 2 days ago.
Right.
2 days ago. I mean, the games are online. You can watch a commentary.
Yeah. Very surprising.
I don't get it.
Stunning.
Right?
Right.
What is this?
And by the way, in the game of Anish, we did see the move.
B6.
I wanted to say actually Queen D1.
Queen D1, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
and maybe an indication there that White's still playing for something here.
Still looks about even. You have the pair of bishops, but black has no weaknesses, a nice knight. D5 might be on tap at some point.
Exactly.
I would say this is about a level position.
The only question I'm giving up my 2 bishops by playing in this way, but is the knight as good as White's dark squared bishop? What do you think about that? As something as very simple as just putting I mean, I was very surprised by Fabiano's approach in his victory, that he played bishop c2, announcing that he's going to put a battery on the h7 square, and it was unstoppable. It's like
he wrote the letter,
H4,
put postcard.
H5, yeah, I'm coming here.
You're there. But it was successful.
Exactly.
And I would say this is not as strong. There's a couple of reasons why. First of all, it's a very close position. It'll probably remain closed for a while. You do have one diagonal, but it is very likely that Black's knight will cement itself on e6. And it's really hard to do very much after that. Yeah, the bishop is theoretically superior. I wouldn't even weaken myself with f5.
You would play knight e6 immediately.
I think so. But I think both approaches, they're at least interesting. I don't know which one's better. And yes, you have this nice looking battery, but what are you going to do to follow it up with? Black doesn't really need to do very much in this position either. I could play pretty much nothing moves and wait until White actually does something, right? I could even start with a move like a5, very non-committal type of chess, and say, well, you have a battery on b2, c3, but strategically, what else?
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like those batteries. A5. I don't want to necessarily see the move queen b4, so I might stop it. But okay, here I do foresee a plan of castles, and maybe on a good day, I don't know, playing for e4 and just expanding a little bit, e4, f3, gaining some space and putting pressure on the d file. Okay, it's a nibble. Let's just leave it there. We'll flip back to the game of Levon, because I was very curious about how Fabi was going to meet the move knight e5.
Well, he's meeting it with a long think. A long think.
Exactly. Because the options here, as you mentioned, bishop d7, just play it safe and solid,
right,
as well as ambitiously with knight e5. It's a difficult choice. Personally, I'm thinking knight takes e5 would be my approach. Alejandro, jump in. How would you approach this position as Black?
I would say there's a lot that goes into this decision, not just what is objectively the best move in the position, right? You have sometimes to understand that even if knight takes e5 might be theoretically stronger, you have to think, I'm not really familiar with the structures. Levon's been playing his entire life. How ambitious can I really be? There will be situations in which probably this is the absolutely objectively best way of playing, but it's running into my opponent's ideas. He'll be very familiar with the structures. Right. I'm making a double edge in an unfamiliar territory for myself. Now remember, Fabiano's not a Queen's Gambit accepted player at all. He might not be, and he does not play that move knight takes e5. I'm actually not so surprised. How about I play something that might not be as ambitious, right, but it secures my equality, which is what I was playing for anyway when I play the Queen's Gambit accepted, right? You don't really play the Queen's Gambit accepted in a must-win game with the black pieces. That's true. You play a solid line, you just try to develop your situation. Queen c7 makes a lot of sense to me. It puts that pressure on e5, says, do you want to trade on c6? That pretty much solves all of my problems without having to feel like with black, I need to go get him.
Okay, after queen c7, by the way, I don't see much choice besides a knight takes e6. There's a certain lineup of pieces here that I would really like to avoid. For example, I can't play the move f4 for a multitude of reasons, including takes, knight takes d4, but the real problem I'm seeing is that the bishop on c4 is a target.
No, so I think you have to take, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I have a choice. So knight takes, queen takes. Again, I see this bishop as being some kind of a tactical target.
Maybe you can play, actually, sorry, maybe you can play queen a4 instead of...
queen a4, okay.
Instead of knight takes c6.
Hadn't given that enough consideration. Maurice, jump right in. You've got another game to show us. Another position.
Yes, well, these two players, again, as we said, have had some brouhahas over the years, and I've been having a lot of fun researching some of their past battles. And this one actually happened right here where we are in the studio in St. Louis back in 2015. And this game is insane. We remember calling this game live In this position, Fabi with the black pieces played the move G5. And this move has become more and more popular, whether it's G4 or G5 among the top players. Seems almost a traditional way of playing. But was it too much against Levon? Well, take a look at this continuation, knight D2, and now E5. Look at Black's rambunctiousness. And after E4, F5. Why not? Look at these 4 pawns abreast by Black. Well, that was a bit too much, maybe. Calmly, F3. D takes, F takes, and then rook to A5, trying to shore up the center. After a couple of exchanges, bishop to C4 check. Black's king was somewhat exposed. And after D5, rook E8, knight to E4, he played this move, knight D4, and now is when the fun actually starts. It wasn't all that stuff you just saw, folks. Queen H5. You want my rook? Take my rook. I'm going after the king, and after knight takes C2, knight takes on G5, and suddenly mate threats abound. Queen H7 or Queen F7 is coming. He tried bishop F5 and down a full rook. Rook to F1. He said, you can't stop my attack, and he was absolutely right. By the way, bishop G6 here doesn't work because of another rook sacrifice. Bishop takes, queen takes, king F6, knight E4 check, king to E7, only moving out D6 check, unleashing the power of this bishop along the diagonal with queen F7, mate coming. Well, after rook F1, he tried queen F6. It didn't help because of this beautiful finish. Knight E6, rook takes, and Levon just hammering away, getting all his material back, and then some. Rook takes. Desperate now to stop this passed pawn. The rook came back, but rook takes, rook to E8, and now rook E4. Very nice move. The knight dropping back, and then bishop to E6. Now you can't take this pawn because of bishop to D7. Beautiful line. He tried knight D6, bishop D7. Anyway, the second rook goes, but after this trading, king F6, bishop takes on, bishop back to G6, excuse me, hitting the knight, threatening to promote. What a game. I mean, these guys do some incredible battles. You could go back in time and see how these gladiators fight. We're hoping to see another one today.
Thank you, Maurice, for that. Wow. That was another Donnybrook.
And that was an incredible
here in St. Louis.
An incredible year for Levon in 2015, where he won, if I don't remember correctly, the Singfield Cup by beating the 3 Americans.
Yes, exactly.
Beat Hikaru Nakamura, beat Wesley So with the black pieces in an absolutely fascinating game in the black side of a Nimzo Indian. Beat Fabi with this masterpiece, drew all his games, plus 3 solid score for him, winning the tournament quite handily.
Yeah, the joke was that the U.S. contingent was the welcoming committee. Like, welcome, Levon. Please come to America and take our money. By the way, after a very long thing, Timur played rook takes B7, which was, as we know, played earlier in the tournament. Bishop takes F3, bishop takes F3. Again, this was a game between Grishuk and MVL, where MVL made a very easy draw, and theoretically, it's not supposed to be anything for white. I think Grishuk played E5 in that game. So has Timur come with a new idea?
Doesn't look like it, considering the amount of time he spent on it.
Exactly.
But what was he thinking about in preparation?
I know. Levon, early, at the very start of the show, Christian was referring to an interview he had with Levon, and Levon was saying, well, in fact, I'm really struggling. My preparation has been very awkward because the last 15 months I've been playing blitz and rapid chess, and I've been altering my openings so that I can be successful in those formats.
Clear.
And now I have to revamp my openings again, and I think maybe Timur is having trouble making adjustments as well.
Well, speaking of Christian, he does have a special guest in Romania, so we'll analyze this position in just a bit.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, I'm here with Florin Răducioiu, one of the biggest superstars in Romanian national football. Florin, welcome to the show. What does it mean for you to see all these best chess players in the world come here to Bucharest? You've seen a lot of the best football players, but what does it mean about chess players?
Yeah, thank you very much for this invitation. And but yes, it's true. It's a very nice sport for me. It's a very it's not easy to play this sport. But first of all, for me, it's a privilege to see these guys guys play this marvelous sport. You know, it's very interesting. It's very interesting because it's about it's about anticipating the opponent's move. It's about strategy. It's a little bit like a football, just to know a little bit before what your opponent he'll do it. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. It's something new for me. So I would like to thank to everyone here for all the people who organized this tournament. It's a privilege for me, like a Romanian. So we are happy I'm happy to be here, and also I'm very proud to be here in my country, in my town. So I'm really happy.
What do you think it means for the younger generation of chess players? You, as a football player, when you saw the best football players in the world, what did it mean for you as a young football player?
As a young football, I remember. We have a very young player here, Bogdan Dak. That I saw his what he's done yesterday. He won, so I'm really proud for this. He's very young. He has nothing to lose. He's an outsider. So he's a little bit like Romania in '94 in USA, when everyone when we were doing a very nice tournament. We were an outside team. So we've done a marvelous thing there in America. So it's like Bogdan Dak also, So I think many players they afraid him, So we will see what happens in the next days,
You are one of the most prolific strikers in the history of the national Romanian team. What characteristics would you say chess players could take from football?
Chess players would play, I don't know, maybe. I told you I talk about anticipating the opponent's moves. This thing I think is very important, and I think there is many things similar, but I think only. It's clear this sport is for intelligent people, and I think also that football, not everyone can play it, because football is for intelligent people also. So I think you have to be intelligent to play these two sports,
And who is your favorite player in this tournament?
No doubt Bogdan Dak, because he's very young, and I wish him all good luck, and to be strong, and why not to be a very one day number one in the world.
Thank you very much, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Christian.
And we
very
have
nice interview.
our first result of the day.
I'm stunned.
Coming up, well, I think they're already shaking hands. It is Teimur Radjabov against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That game will end in a draw momentarily, as they are repeating moves in a theoretical variation of the Grunfeld. I could not expect less prepared Radjabov than this.
This was terrible because, in fact, I recall after the game between Sasha and MVL, whoever was being interviewed, they mentioned this specific line of play as being equal as well. And I think it was MVL who was saying, yes, you can make this draw or you can make that draw.
Well,
incredible.
I mean, Radjabov.
9 more minutes on the clock for MVL than he started with. This is.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Radjabov's played white twice, and he made 2 repetitions within like an hour of the game starting. He played against Fabi, right? And he just repeated in the Ragozin with like bishop
Yes.
d5, c4, right?
Right.
So he hasn't tried with white
At all.
at all.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get
Confused.
it at all. That's weird.
Confused.
For classical chess especially, I understand conserving your energy, that's one thing, but to play...
Give
Wait,
up the
you-
white pieces.
It's not playing.
I mean, it's just not even playing. Yeah, you're right.
You just showed up, you signed a score sheet, and you went home. That's
very, very confusing for us here in studios.
Non-battle to be sure. This kind of position, it's the grandmaster draw. The worst words we hear when we, as grandmasters, we say, I don't like the way that sounded, because we know what it means. It's just
Right.
one of those, we're not here to play. We're here just to be friends and maybe go watch some football.
Right.
So it's of course, Maxime playing with the black pieces, if he can equalize easily, and make a draw, then no problem. He says, my Grunfeld survived another day, and it's okay. It's really incumbent on white to make some kind of variant moves that keep the spice going in the position, but not to be to not that was I would say we're all stunned here.
It's not even like a different line of the Grunfeld. It was the same line of the Grunfeld that he just played.
Played earlier in the turn, round one. Turning our attention to some more interesting matters, because after the move Queen C7, you'd stumped me with a suggestion of Queen A4, and whether or not Levon was going to try that. Levon went for much more direct play. Knight takes C6, Queen takes C6, D5, hitting the Queen. And we're expecting E takes D5, I am assuming. Knight takes D5, or you didn't like E takes D5?
No, I think E takes D5 does look quite natural, simply because I don't find a good place for my queen to keep an eye on the E6 square, right?
So if, for example, Queen B6, so your
Although
idea is...
Maybe Queen B6 not so bad.
That you want to be able to recapture on E6 with the Queen and not kind of ding your pawn structure. The problem is, I'm thinking that
I wanted
after...
to play B5. The queen is just so awkward on B6.
I'm thinking that maybe your queen on B6 is actually in the way of your very natural B7, B5. Now after E4, I can get behind Levon's opening strategy. I feel like he's got something here with this move E4.
No, I think the original solution of taking on D5 is probably the more likely one.
Okay, and then we all have takes. And now the desirable B5, maybe we can take on F6 check and drop our bishop so that our bishop takes up, that's a pretty good residence, I want to put it like that.
Not bad at all.
On the D5, and I want to play for E4, possibly A4.
While black's not developed.
Exactly, your king is still stuck in the center. It's going to take you two tempi, in fact. Well, in this case, you're probably going to have to do 3 tempi to get your king out of the center. By that time, I'm thinking I might be able to work up some kind of an initiative with E4, E5. Jump right in, Maurice. What does the database say about this position?
Well,
or is the position in the database?
It's not the database I have, it is the engine. And your lines are pretty good, guys. The thing about this position is black's just in trouble. This E4 move is going to be a big problem. E4 is just massive. So back to your line after knight takes D5 here, the move B5. Also, you get the feeling like there's a tempo issue, right? You're busy doing a move that seems desirable, but why are you doing it if it's white who takes over the long diagonal? So what this move results in an advantage for white to be sure, and what I like to go back to is this moment here, D5, what Fabi's considering is if he even wants to go in this line, because it doesn't seem as though he has easy moves that maintain the pawn structure. For example, if takes, what is your next move if you don't capture on D5? Well, if you capture on D5, we know that's going to be bad after E4. B5 has its problems. What other move do you play? A bishop E6 runs into the doubling of your pawns with knight takes on F6. And whether or not there's a big edge there, black will have to suffer that indignity. The bishop can go to E7 without it being traded and exposing your king. Bishop D6 also allows knight takes F6. So there are no easy bishop moves to make that make you feel comfortable. The move bishop to F5 just leaves this bishop as a potential target as well, because E4 is going to come with tempo with you sitting on the open line. So knight F6, E4 siding will happen very quickly. So what other move do you make? This is the problem right here. So Fabi is trying to figure out what, not just to capture on D5, but what am I going to follow up with after what looks like this natural move? Now, there's an alternative in the move queen to C7, allowing this capture on this square takes, followed by bishop takes, and saying, well, maybe my weakness isn't so bad, and I've controlled the business squares. The knight's not going to D5. A bishop can come out to E7. This one pawn weakness may not be enough, especially given that it's blocked by a pawn on E3, so you can't exactly hammer away at this pawn, maybe attack it with the queen, but even that's not going to be that effective. Maybe C4 will happen. So he can consider this type of position and say, how bad is this? Versus just opening up the game after this move D5 and giving white just free play, easy play in the position.
Nice, thank you, Maurice. Another interesting game is actually of our tournament leader, Bogdan versus Shaq. When we left it, I thought we were still in the throes of theory, and this move, Queen E8, which was played very quickly, suggested to me that we were in Shaq's prep, and we've seen some very sharp play. The players have gotten into this position. I was wondering, what did you think about the move Bishop F1 here? I can take the knight, but after takes, I wasn't really too sure what my intended follow-up might be. I was thinking of Bishop F1. The idea was Knight F6.
Even a move like Rook C8 doesn't look that bad, but Knight F6 makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, the problem I saw with Rook C8 is now I'm threatening B3.
You
right?
tricked me.
Yes, exactly, I did. And so if you played Knight back, then I was wondering, what did you think of the activity? Remember that nice rook on the 7th rank that Fabi had in round 2, and that was a big difference. Here it's, okay, I do have isolated pawn.
I would think it's kind of equal after Rook E8, Rook AC1, and I think Knight D6 might be important,
way to go.
but it also might
By
be
the way,
sufficient.
guys, the board on the left,
The
Oh,
board
it's
on
supposed to
kinda
be the
stuck.
live board. It looked like it got stuck for a moment. It looks like that's being corrected.
Well, but we have the analysis
As we
board.
speak,
Let's go
so-
back to the position because Bogdan did take on D5,
Right
the more
away.
natural move
Yes.
to take the knight immediately.
Right.
Obviously, black has to recapture to get his pawn back. And this is the current position. It feels a smidge more comfortable for white. I'd rather have a light squared bishop. I'll probably play B3 and kick out this knight, which allows my own knight to go to E5. The
Right.
question is it really that much?
That was why I was playing for Bishop F1.
Right.
Sorry, Maurice, you have
No,
a-
I was just
Yeah,
tossing
please.
in, talking with you guys.
Knight D6 played, by
Who's
the way.
white in this game?
Bogdan.
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 Yeah.
Our
Who's white?
tournament leader.
Do we hear that again? Can we hear that again? Who's white? Bogdan. Dayak, the 19-year-old.
Yeah.
Looking like he's going to lose this game?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
3 rounds in, playing with the 2790s of the world, showing, hey, what you got?
I can hang with you.
I'm
guys.
hanging with you.
Yeah.
If I draw this game, and he's not saying that he will just draw the game, but it doesn't look like Shakhriyar is deciding I'm going after this kid in some wild lines. And he's the one looked like he wants some work. He did play B3, chasing the knight back. He's saying Romania is saying there's a storyline developing after 3 rounds, +1, pretty cool. And let's hear some exciting words from Romania right now with Christian.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with my co-host Almira, who actually has some very interesting insights about the game between Grishchuk and Wesley. So, Almira, take us through your analysis, and what do you think these players are striving, each one of them, to achieve?
Well, actually, I have a small insight for you. You know, I have this scientific approach to opening. So I went to the playing hall and I was looking at Alexander Grishchuk exactly at this moment when Bishop E7 was played. And you know what? One of the biggest specialists of this line with black is Alexander Grishchuk. So it's sort of psychological warfare. Like, how dare you to play this line against me? And do you know what I know? And actually, I wanted to explain you the ideas behind the move Bishop E7. Actually, black wants to trade this knight. Normally, the line would go like a knight C3, the most common move, and then knight H4, bishop H4, bishop E3, and then H5 because to stop G4 and F4 expansion, and then rook A1. Like one of the biggest specialists in this line for white is Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. That's why I know this position very well. So let's.
Have you been analyzing it with him? Or?
I cannot reveal
Maybe
any
some
secrets.
of your friends have been
I cannot
analyzing it
reveal
with you?
any secrets. So, and here Alexander Grishchuk played after a long thought the move G4, like rook D1, king E8, and G4. And you would ask me like, I want to trade knights anyway, you know, so what is going on here? So G4, knight H4, knight takes, bishop takes H4, knight c3, and as you can see, rook f played on d1 node. So it's a small change in the position, and here there were a few games, but it's a very rare line. So actually, that's why I was talking about the psychological warfare. So Alexander was trying to choose a very rare line and an idea that he had in mind. So after h5, white would normally play f3. And what Alexander played is g5, which appears to be nodes. And look at the board. After f6, black has opened all the diagonals.
Just one question.
Yes.
After this move, g5, a very, very intriguing move, because black can simply take a pawn. What's happening if black plays this move?
This is what we will ask, Alexander, I think, to reveal his analysis.
Okay.
That's what I want, because I am
interesting.
pretty sure that this is a long, computer line.
There must be something related to the bishop on h4,
Of
because
course.
it's kind of out of play. Maybe rook d4, just
Rook
after bishop
g4
g4,
and
just
f3.
f3. This
But
seems to be just waiting.
that might not be the end of the line, but probably, we should ask, because I'm pretty sure that even the line which appeared on the board was on the board at Alexander Gishuk's home, and Vasily So analyzed it as well.
Of
So-
course, he didn't take the bait, let's say, and he played the move f6.
Yes, you need to free the bishop and to open the position. But please don't forget that the black king cannot castle anymore, So let's have a look at what happened, white had to take. He takes f6, g takes f6, knight e4. From a human perspective, this looks so dangerous. That's why I would be so curious to know, actually, how deep the player's analysis went at home. So I think the position which is right now on the board is rather equal. Yes,
Perfect.
so-
After f takes g5, probably I think we had bishop takes g5, knight takes g5, king e7. It does look equal. Nevertheless, white still seems to have a majority on the king side. And as we can see, typical to the Berlin, we have these 4 versus 3 pawns on the left side, but it's almost impossible to create a passed pawn for black. So we're going to have to wait and see how black is going to be able to compensate for that structural weakness. I still think white has a slight edge, but let's see what happens in the next few moves.
Yes, and we have one game which is finished, Christian.
Yes, we do have one game that is finished. I do not think that we're going to be able to get an interview. From my understanding, I think Timur was feeling a little bit bad, and he decided to take that fast draw. So we're going to have more information about that soon. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Almira. We've just seen the move King E7 in the game they were discussing, that Berlin. It is funny in the Berlin to see the wide open black king. Normally, I'm not seeing that there's like a pawn on E5 that somehow shields the black king. So has this opening paid off? Any dividends for Alexander?
Well, it's all theory.
It is.
Yeah, the move King E7 has been played twice in correspondence games.
Ooh,
So
okay.
probably the player is trying to recall their analysis. The move King E7 is extremely unnatural, but if you know it, and then you just play it. And that's kind of what happens at the top level of chess. They've analyzed all these kind of positions so deeply. It's kind of a forcing line, as you noticed. Our colleagues in Romania noticed bishop takes h3 is just impossible.
Right.
And g5 traps the bishop. So the whole sequence is forced, starting with the move f6, knight e4. The whole thing is forced. And then you just remember you have to put the king on e7, and then you try to play chess from there.
Bishop takes, as we were discussing, bishop takes. You're hitting the trapped bishop, bishop g4, f3, and oops, that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote.
Right.
So you have to go for this. No,
f6.
Yeah, no choice. There might be another way of playing the position, but I think f6 is the extremely forcing version of it. And you reach this position, you have to play king e7, because if there's a check on the e file, you need to be able to play king f6 as opposed to being kept on the 8th rank with king f8.
Right.
That's why you don't develop the bishop first.
So rook e1 check, if you will, is a threat in the position, and therefore king e7, so that rook e1 check, as you were just mentioning, could be met by king f6.
Right.
By the way, an insight for our viewers to realize is that top grandmasters really take very seriously these correspondence games.
Yes.
I mean, correspondence players really put a great deal of time and energy into their openings using the top engine, all the databases. So when you said to me that 2 correspondence players played the move King E7. Good enough.
Good enough.
It's like,
It
I
is
got
what
it.
it is.
I get it. King E7 is the best move.
It's funny when you analyze certain things with a database because you'll be like this really long theoretical sharp position in a Najdorf and it'll be like Vishy Anand, it'll be Kramnik. But you really need to follow the 2300 correspondence player. He knows the truth of the position.
Exactly.
And this is one of those cases. Both of White's tries here are to rook lift, both rook d4 and rook d3. You're not actually checkmating Black, but it at least puts some pressure on his position. I believe this just fizzles out to a draw if
After
both
rook E1, or you're saying in this position after King E7,
Yeah.
Previous tries included rook d4
and rook d3.
as well as rook d3. And I guess the idea, as you were about to mention, was, you're trying to checkmate.
You try to checkmate the guy, see if it pans out. It usually doesn't. Black has just about enough defensive resources to hold back the attack, and you run out of steam, which ends up not really putting you in a worse position, but it's difficult to advance the f-pawn, and both of the correspondence games actually ended in draws, unsurprisingly at this level. However, rook e1 was Grischuk's choice. I don't know this move. I
Because
assume...
you're basically forced to play the move King F6.
I don't think you have a choice. And then you can play knight e4, check.
Okay.
But I can't play king f7. And
in this case, I don't see the problem because I am also ready to check on the g file. I thought that, you were saying that f4. I was thinking that maybe his idea might be to play h4.
And h4 is fine. You'll play bishop f5.
Yes.
And
important tempo.
Right. You'll play rook e8 next move, and it's just supposed to be fine for Black.
So something, I was impressed by your c2, c4 earlier. Maybe I'm still carrying the baggage of that suggestion.
But that
C4,
is how
rook e8.
That is how you lose these endgames, though. You start putting all your pawns on light squares.
Yeah.
All the rooks come off, and then you're suddenly wondering, why are all my pawns on light squares?
Bishop goes to b1, and you're feeling bad.
You collect. So maybe c3 is a more sane move, but in either case, I don't think that Black is going to be worse at all. Well, let's take a quick look at the standings as most of the players have gotten out of the opening, and we even have one result. The fighting spirit of Teimour Radjabov returns. No, just kidding. We are being told that he is not feeling well over in Romania, so understandable, somewhat understandable decision not to fight with the white pieces. He hasn't done so at all in this tournament. 3 draws for him. He's currently at 1.5 points, same as Fabiano Caruana and Bogdan Daniel Deac, but they're still playing their game. Levon Aronian, Shakiryan Mamedov, Giri, MVL, Wesley So, and Alexander Grischuk, all with 1 point, MVL with 1 extra game over all of them. And meanwhile, Konstantin Lupulescu is currently playing with the white pieces against Anish Giri. And we are going to take a very quick break, but we're going to leave you with a KasparovChess.com lesson. I am being told it is given by international master Elizabeth Bates, and it's on counterattacking.
This position is about the counter-attack. What means in chess counter-attacking? It means if your opponent attacks you, then sometimes it's a very good recipe to have a counter-attack. Therefore, there are, let's say, 2 basic rules which are good to know because they will help you to find the right move without searching for the first step. So that means if your opponent attacks you on a flank, then you should look for the counterattack in the center or on the other flank as one basic rule. The other rule is like if your opponent attacks you in the center, you look left and right for a counterattack on the flank. With those two basic rules, actually, it would be much easier to consider the right approach from the start. Here, in this position, Black played the move g5. This move g5 is a kind of attack on the kingside flank. So according to my rule, I should look for a counterattack either in the center or on the other side of the board on the flank. Which one I should consider first? Well, this is quite, let's say, in a way, logical to explain. In the center, usually the impact is always the biggest. Sometimes I like to compare chess to a game of bowling. If you hit the bullet and the bullet hits in the center, the destruction is huge. If the bullet hits on the rim, then the destruction is hardly possible or hardly seen. That's why here, looking at the position, for my attacking, counter-attacking moves, I have two candidates. I have the move c4 and I have the move a4. Of course, for most of you, they would not even consider a move like c4 because it looks a little bit dubious, as Black has two options to capture on c4. Nonetheless, c4 is closer to the center than a4, which means if c4 is working, usually the impact is much stronger than a4. Let's consider in case of the move a4 to start with that, then Black likely will not care so much about this wing and will continue playing g4 and attacking the knight. The knight should move somewhere, let's say to e1. And here this position is absolutely not clear because both sides have a lot of chances. Here probably Black should just treat the threat of a takes b5. Well, let's say with rook b8, this should be good enough, maybe even with another move like b4. So we can already see that a4 attacking on the other wing, which is less close to the center or more far away, is not such a brilliant idea, however, obviously possible. So let's watch out for the move c4. c4 is attacking the center in a way, and now here Black has, well, a lot of moves to come up with. Let's first check the move g4 because g5 was played, so principally it's logical to continue the attack on the flank playing g4. Here White has a very good counter-attack or counter-response. He would not care so much of the knight on f3. He would simply capture on d5 because the idea is now that the knight on e4 is attacked. So if Black takes on f3, then we could simply capture on e4, so we get our piece back. And even if you capture on g2, we wouldn't care. We play a move, let's say like rook e1. I mean, we wouldn't take with the king because that pawn, actually the enemy pawn, is guarding the king in a brilliant way from any unnecessary checks to allow on g8. So after rook e1, actually, once again, White has a double attack on e6 and c6 pieces and is simply winning the game, as by material means it is already like more or less equal, and we will win additionally a piece either on e6 or on c6. So we can, for this reason, rule out the move g takes f3. What other moves do we have in this position? Obviously, we have the move bishop takes d5. And now after bishop takes d5, of course, we can consider to move away our knight, but maybe it's once again much more interesting to hit in the center. So a move like rook d1 here makes a lot of sense, as rook takes d5 or bishop takes d5 are very bad threats. So Black would obviously take on f3 because it is a piece and also it attacks the queen on e2, and we will simply capture back on f3, and the threat of taking on d5 is still remaining. Here are not so many moves which Black can consider. A passive defense like knight e7 can result at least in capturing on d5, knight takes d5, and now queen takes e4. And once again, we get our piece back. We attack the knight on d5, and we have an absolutely winning position, regarding also the aspect that the king is still in the center. So that's why knight e7 does not make any sense, and we have to look for something else. And now in this position, actually, instead of the move knight e7, we will play a move like knight takes e5. And after knight takes e5, the easiest solution is to simply play queen e2. And now, once again, the bishop on d5 is under attack. And after queen e2, in case of c6, then we have simply the move knight c3. And here we have a lot of pressure when we speak about the center, and we will get back a piece and have a winning position. For this reason, actually, in the game, g4 was not played. It was played something else. He took on c4, which is obviously also a candidate move. Now I have to resume back to the position, which is honestly not the easiest thing in the world. So here after g5, c4 was played, and we considered now all the moves connected to the move g4, but instead of g4 in the game, b takes c4 was happening. D takes c4 is actually to be ruled out immediately because the knight on e4 is under attack, so we can even consider moves like rook d1 followed up by knight c3 ideas, or even well, queen takes e4 to me looks like the easiest solution. So that's why in the game after c4, b takes c4 was played. And what is the idea of the sacrifice on c4? It is connected to the diagonal a4 e8. So after b takes c4 in the game, bishop a4 was played with an attack on the knight on c6. Now the move queen d7 doesn't make any sense, as after knight d4 we increase the attack on c6, and if you capture on d4 we can capture your queen with a check and win substantial material. That's why after bishop a4, bishop d7 happened in the game. And now it's not so easy to continue. And obviously, when you play c4, you should see all this kind of continuation. But looking a little bit at this position, we should always try to hit in the center as a kind of general rule. So we could get into the idea of pushing the pawn to e6. What do we reach with e6? First of all, the bishop on d7 is not able to capture on e6, as it would lose the control of the knight on c6. So f takes e6 is forced, but now with basically distracting the pawn from f7, the whole diagonal e8, h5 is open up. So what we are aiming for, a move like knight e5, maybe then in connection with queen h5. What is disturbing? The knight on c6. That's why here white captures on c6, forcing the recapture on c6 and pushes knight e5. And now we have a double attack. One attack is we would try to capture the bishop on c6. The other threat is queen h5 check. And it's very hard to defend both attacks. Of course, you can push h5 in order to prevent queen takes h5, but then we would capture just the bishop on c6 and would be a piece up, even so black maybe has a little bit of compensation, but still nobody would like to voluntarily give a piece. That's why in the game queen d6 was played, protecting the bishop on c6 and having an escaping square to d8. And now white gave a check on h5. King d8 is not quite possible because of knight f7 ideas. So king e7 was played in the game. And after bishop takes g5 check, black is forced to capture back on g5. Queen takes g5. Now king e8 is the only move. And once again, we will give a check on h5, forcing the king to e7, d8 once again because of knight f7 never works. And after king e7, we just win some material after queen f7 check, king d8 and queen f6, and then capturing the rook on h8. I mean, I agree that this whole example is quite sophisticated and very complicated, but the main message I would like to deliver in this example is when you get attacked on the wing, always automatically try to consider a counterattack either in the center or on the other wing, because this way you would already consider the right approach from the start.
And we are back, round 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. We already have one result with us. Ask Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. made an effortless draw against Teimur Rajabov.
Yes, he did. Easy for you to say, right? Speaking of effortless draws, I do believe we have a 3-time repetition in the game between Sasha and Wesley, as we're seeing this knight on e4 back to g5 check, and the arbiters are just conferring and making sure it is the 3-time repetition.
Just a formality. I mean, they could repeat 5 times if they felt like it.
Precisely so, as we see a perpetual check on the board. Since, as we've been discussing, correspondence games do get the attention of the world's top grandmasters, and since there's been two of them...
Did they actually say no? Or are they actually checking?
The players, regardless of the outcome of the arbiter's decision, it sure looks to me like the players have already confirmed that their intention is to make a draw. We've seen 2 non-games, grandmaster draws, as Maurice Ashley had called them.
Very unexciting.
Very surprising. For a Superbet tournament, I think the organizers would have liked to see a little bit more fighting spirit, especially from the players with the white pieces, Sasha making a draw.
Well, the organizers certainly want to see their players do well as well. Let's take a look at their young Romanian, Bogdan Deac, certainly trying his chances with the white pieces, saying, I don't care about these grandmaster draws. Let me try to put some pressure. And it's actually Mamedyarov that's choosing the ultra-solid approach here with the moves, with the version of the Catalan that he's choosing. Certainly out-preparing his opponent. Look at that time difference. It is humongous. 45 minutes for Deac, an hour and 30 left. For Mamedyarov, hasn't had to think at all in this game so far. Very close to equality. You see the symmetrical structure, 95 on the board. Bishop b7 played instantly.
Knight e5, of course, unmasking an attack against the pawn on d5, which with the knight on e5 would mean the pawn on f7 would come under attack. Bishop b7, defending the pawn on d5, and as we desire, let's put it that way, we want to enter the 7th rank.
Oh, we can't.
Is the problem knight b5, forking the rook. And if we just continue down this line, at the end, we might be just falling for a tactic, though.
I do think that after rook takes f7...
Yes.
Can I take on e5 or you'll take on b7?
I have to take on b7.
Take on b7. Take on b7, d takes e5. No, that's an extra pawn for...
Woohoo!
Well, there you go. Found some chances somewhere.
We tried.
So what is the point? Rook c7 does look logical enough.
And again, the idea is maybe f6. f6, rook takes b7, knight takes b7. There is a bishop takes d5 check sighting where I will win an exchange back. So,
yeah, I probably have to chase the rook. Something like rook bc8 or rook ec8. I'm not really sure which one.
I'm not sure either. Let's try one.
Yeah.
I am assuming that however rook goes to c8, I would follow it up with rook c1. Maybe it's here, knight b5. No, f7 would be hanging in that case as well.
And
so
what is your plan after?
Knight b5, I will trade on c8. Sorry, you were about to ask.
Yeah, so you play rook ac1. If I just kick your knight, am I falling for any tactics? I don't think I am.
If I take on
c8, I take on c8. I still have the ability to take with the knight, which is the big difference between the other variation.
Exactly.
And this one, we shake hands, I think.
Yeah, I haven't come up with anything special. Our young master, deep in thought, Deac Bologan, as he's pacing.
Is he pacing? What did he play? Oh, knight c6 he played.
Knight to c6, after bishop to b7.
Knight c6 in this position. Still feels very close to equality, right? That should be able to simplify this position somehow. Do I have to take?
I think so. A7 is hanging, B8 is hanging, D5 is hanging.
Yeah, but that knight is a bit trapped. Actually, can I play rook bc8?
Rook bc8. So the idea is if you lure me to a7, let's just, you will go after my knight, yeah?
Yeah, but it might just not be enough. The knight always has the c6 square to retreat to. There's always knight e7 checks to be worried about. I don't think this works. Probably you do have to take that knight on c6.
Alrighty, and bishop takes c6, rook takes c6. Certainly an ending that Bobby Fischer always liked to play, a knight versus bishop.
This looks like very little.
It's funny because, seriously.
No, knight e7.
Ah, very interesting.
I think knight e7 is just easier equality.
Because those endings of rook and bishop versus rook and knight were always considered in my day good for.
Don't worry, they still are.
Excellent, excellent.
They still
excellent. Are. Okay, but you have knight e7.
Yeah, and I think this version, because the rook doesn't get to the 7th.
Yes, is an easier one.
An easier, yeah, this looks, okay. Maybe you have.
It's a nibble, but okay.
Not really, right?
Does Levon have more than a nibble, Maurice?
That is the question, and it was at this moment we did see this game transpire with e takes d5, knight takes d5, b5, knight takes, queen takes, bishop to d5, and rook to b8. Now, when you have a lead in development, it's standard that you need to play very quickly because that lead in development may evaporate. That's your biggest issue. You have a lead in development, you have that advantage, you must do something now. You must press. Open up the game if you can. Don't give your opponent a chance to get back to level. And in this position, it's a delicate question. Exactly how do you do it? Levon decided to play the move e4. And after bishop to e7, very solid, black is preparing a castle. So he played the move a4. Now, captures will get the A line, but castles seem simple enough. You know, we can put it on the board. And you get the A line, but then what do you have? You still haven't developed your bishop. Black has everything developed. Black even has more development than white does, given that black has two pieces out. White has a very solid bishop on d5, but it's not like it's rolling anywhere up the board. And this bishop on c1 is not really going anywhere either. There could be some play with f4 later, trying to get this going, but black has his trumps as well. So the move e4 seems like it has shifted from leading development to try to get very solid outpost and say that that's going to be enough for me to work with. Is it going to be true? That remains to be seen. But if I may finish this point, in this position, instead of e4, there was the move bishop to d2. Not thinking about bringing the bishop anywhere on this diagonal, but actually bringing it to the c3 square, especially given that black wants to move this bishop to e7. Now, this is a move the computer suggests that had more bite to it. The point being that if you just play bishop to e7, now bishop to c3, and you've got to work to find a good square for your queen as it could be attacked. And if it leaves guarding this pawn, then suddenly bishop to e5, and then this rook is starting to get tenderoni attacked. Where are you going to go? Now you're starting to see some action. Rook b6, the only square, bishop to f4, and you see white has somehow magically teleported the bishop from c1 to f4, and with tempo at that. This line would have been stronger, this move, bishop to d2, and if b4, now a3, immediately aggressing the position, also opening up a possibility of queen a4. This would have been a more aggressive way to use the lead in development. Levon missed it and may have allowed equality or equalizing chances for Fabi. For more on one of our key games, or one of the games that's already ended, we do have Christian with Wesley So in Bucharest.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I'm here with Wesley So, one of the toughest competitors in the Grand Chess Tour. Wesley, first of all, welcome back to Bucharest and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. Tell us a little bit about how different it is from the past, this tournament from the past 1.5 years.
Yeah, thanks first of all for having me here, Christian. Thanks for inviting me to the broadcast, to everyone who made the Grand Chess Tour possible. First, I'm very pleased that Grand Chess Tour happened this year because until 2 months ago, I wasn't sure if it was going to happen because of COVID. And so I'm very glad to be here. I mean, I haven't played overboard in 18 months. I've been playing very well online, but it's more speed chess, rapid and blitz. So I was very nervous coming before this tournament. I mean, things so far have been doing okay. Obviously, I don't like all these draws, but in this top level, it's very difficult to win. And so far, I haven't made any major blunders yet. So I think things have been pretty interesting. And of course, I'm glad to be back in the circuit.
Tell us a little bit more about those early draws, because we've seen a lot of them in this tournament. What's happening? Are the players not used to compete over the board anymore, or what's the difference?
I mean, the game one, I think there were 2 or 3 more or less theoretical draws, but I'm never going to criticize any of my colleagues because I'm a player myself, and I know how it's very difficult to be a top chess player. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on in their mind. For instance, Timur, he made a quick draw in the first game. I mean, and also today he made a quick draw by playing this Rook B1 Grunfeld. It seems like players are still playing online in the Champions Chess Tour, because this line with Rook B1, actually I played this myself online when I'm trying to draw to secure qualification. So I think I played this Rook B1 Grunfeld like 8 times or 10 times, and then I got like 1 win in 9 draws. So this line specifically is just a forced draw, the one between Timur and Maxim. So I played this many times online, not only me, but also many other players when they're trying to draw with white. So again, I'm not going to criticize or question my colleagues' decision because they know much better than ordinary people. But I'm just curious what's going on in their mind. Because if you waste your white games, then your opponents could put a lot of pressure when you're black. But today, my game with Grishuk was very interesting too. I mean, I thought he would go for 1d4 or 1c4, but he played this line in the Berlin, and after h3 on move 9, here I play 3 or 4 moves. I play bishop d7, king e8, also bishop d7. I also play knight e7. So I played bishop d7 in my last few games online, also against Grishuk. And I think there's nothing wrong with 9 bishop d7. I made a draw with against him. But today I decided to play bishop e7.
Do you feel this surprised him on any level? This bishop e7 move instead of the bishop d7?
Personally, I don't think so, because I played this also a few times. But I think I'm pretty sure on move 9 he was expecting more this bishop d7, because that's what I played in my last 2-3 games. But I'm sure he prepared this also. But of course, the Berlin is very solid. And then we followed theory until like move 18, king e7. So I think this has been played before in some games, or at least has been analyzed extensively. So king e7, very accurate. So the question, of course, is if white has some practical chances to win, because he's basically a pawn up on the king side. Meanwhile, I have my double c-pawns. So practically speaking, black has to defend very accurately, but objectively, position should be a draw. Of course, here rook d3 is probably slightly more ambitious. Rook e1, king f6, knight e4, and here I think I've seen king f7 before, but I think king g6 also could even be very slightly more accurate. I see nothing wrong with king g6. I was calculating, but I played king f7 just to see whether he'll repeat, and he did repeat. Actually, he could play rook e3 after king f7, and we were just analyzing after the game. The point is that after bishop f5, white can play rook ae1, or he can play king h2, for example, and then say the position after this, we're after trade, rook d8. So this, I think, similar endgames like this has been played. As Alex Grishuk said, he's analyzed also these kinds of endgames before. But I think black should be able to hold without too much problems, because white's pawns on king side are not connected. Also after rook e3, bishop f5, maybe we could try rook ae1, because I probably wouldn't play rook he8, because after check takes this endgame looks quite dangerous for black, but bishop against knight.
Definitely something to play with, especially due to the fact that you cannot create pass pawn on queen side.
Yeah.
Sure, h4, f4, and maybe white can have a slight advantage.
But in the computer, seems absolutely nothing wrong with black. Yeah. So rook ae1, I was gonna play some rook, and then king h2. Yeah, and maybe white is a bit better. Yeah, so maybe after rook e1, white has some very small practical chances, so I should play king g6 and move 20.
Absolutely. Do you, of course, as a player with the black pieces, it's very difficult to create any imbalances, but do you feel taking this type of early draws, especially as a player with white, could be a branding problem for chess?
Yeah, of course. I mean, chess is like one of the only sports where a draw is a tie, the most common result. I mean, in soccer, you go for overtime and all that. That's why what Norway did is very interesting, where you had Armageddon in after the games ends in a draw. So that could be very interesting. I mean, in chess, it's very difficult because you have engines very strong, millions of games. There are also computer games that players follow. So everything's very analyzed almost all the way to a draw. Like even my game today against Christiuk, position after move 18, 19 has been played a few times already. So that's a problem. Like if you want to play really objective chess, the best chess, most games end in draws. And I think like 75% of chess games end in draws, especially in classical. So yeah, obviously something has to be done about that, but I think it's not just the players' responsibilities, but also the tournament's responsibilities, like changing rules or something, or organizers' responsibilities, because the players want to play the best chess, and sometimes you're just not gonna make too many chances. And again, I'm not sure what my colleagues have in mind when they go for quick draws with white. I'm sure they have a good reason. As Christiuk said the other day, he tend to start slow. I think some Russians have that, like Alexander Morsevich, for example. Before, very, very good Russian player. He tends to make a bad result in the beginning, but then he heats up towards the end. So that's a very good reason, of course, because sometimes a draw is a very good result already for everyone, especially in this level.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your insights, Wesley. Always a pleasure to have you, and welcome back to Bucharest.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Wesley, indeed. It is a problem, draws, but Fischer Random, anybody? I mean, we are talking to the world champion in Fischer Random and Wesley, but basically said to the organizers, talk to the players, figure out something. I like the Armageddon that was tried in the Norwegian tournament. How did you like it?
I liked it. Of course, it's very different, and it's going to get a lot of pushback from many classicists, right? This is not how you play chess. But I like the idea. Have it be decisive. I don't care. I like all of these experimental ideas that try to get rid of the half point, of the point being split. I don't mind if games end in draws. But why do we need to split the point? Just keep going until we get an eventual winner. It's the way knockouts work, right? You keep playing until somebody wins, and those are always fun. We've never had a boring knockout event.
No, we haven't. Jump right in, Maurice.
Well, you know how I feel about draws. Draw is a four-letter word. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Draws, no. There's so many different ways. Certainly a different scoring system, like we did with clutch chess.
Yes.
That changes things. Also, the Kazimzhanov idea that it seems no one wants to try, which is kind of interesting. The idea being that if you make a draw, we're just going to turn the board around, start a brand new game with the other color, and you play again with the same time you have on the clock. The simple enough idea. It's been tried in minor events in chess clubs, and it just works. But it's never been tried on a high level, just simply not. And I think that it's a very exciting alternative. So it's easy enough if an organizer says, that's what I'm going to do, then that's what would happen. In the meantime, if you see these draws happen, organizers simply have nothing to complain about because these are the conditions you put for the tournament, and the players are going to play, as Wesley said, the chess that allows them to play the best and doesn't risk necessarily losing games just because they're going to please somebody else other than themselves.
All right. You have a game between Levon and Fabi. What's happening in that position?
Well, he hasn't moved as Levon for a long time. As we said, he cemented his bishop on d5, then tried to open up the a file, and looks like he's dissatisfied with the idea that he tried to open up the a file because he hasn't moved at all since we talked about this position. There is another possibility that he might be considering. We've seen Levon do this, is the rook lift, the rook to a3, swinging over somehow and creating some kind of damage. But where exactly f3 would hit with a future bishop g4, would be hit by a future bishop g4. h3 is covered by that bishop. g3 is possible, but will he ever be able to target that g7 square? So that's an idea. Just capturing and bringing the rook down seems to not really lead anywhere. So Levon is trying to figure out what should he be doing. f4 again is also possible. Queen trade might happen with queen to d4 check, although that does weaken the d pawn a bit, but not necessarily irrevocably so or indefensibly so as a bishop could defend. It's not clear. It's just Levon's trying to figure out what exactly he should do in a position that is now seeming more and more equal. It's like black just has chances. How do you really pose serious problems, realizing that the player with black is the number 2 player on the planet? He's not going to be intimidated by just any old bluff.
And most direct, AB, rook A7, you said it doesn't really lead anywhere, but it seemed to me that A4, you mentioned the rook lift to the 3rd rank, but this looks like the most direct. How would Fabi neutralize rook A7?
Well, before I'd say anything...
But E5 is a threat?
Point number 1, your only piece that you forwarded these 2 pieces down the board, so I can't complain too much. And you did mention the threat of E5. It looks as though E5 is not that serious here because your bishop is hanging in this position. So queen takes would be playable, it looks like. Your bishop is hanging and...
Bishop takes E6.
And actually, no, here because there is...
No, this is playable.
No, bishop takes on E6 could be met by queen takes on E6. And now rook to E1 can be met by something hitting the queen on D8 on D1, and your queen has nowhere to go to keep an eye on the rook on E1. So the tactics work out in white's favor, in black's favor, excuse me. So again, I'm sure he's going down deep down the rabbit hole in this line. Let's get some more from this Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole, but this time in Romania, it's Almira and Christian.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, while I was interviewing Wesley, Almira was doing the analysis and trying to come up with ideas and how to break through this player's mind and understand how they're thinking about their games. So, Almira, tell us a little bit about this game between Aronian and Caruana. A very lively game so far.
Actually, I love this opening because it's Queen's Gambit accepted. I played it myself. Garry Kasparov used it in his match against Vladimir Kramnik. And when I saw the position, when I saw the move, I said, what is going wrong? I saw this knight e5 because have a look at this position. You have a lot of continuations here. You can play a4, d takes e5, d5, a lot of moves. Bishop b3, which leads to a lot of main lines. But knight e5, used by Levon Aronian, is a very rare move. You remember we spoke about the surprise value. So I'm not sure if Fabi wanted to surprise Lev with his opening choice, but finally I think that Lev surprised him a lot.
I think they surprised each other. I have to say, I haven't seen Fabiano take on c4 very often. I know he played it in rapid games occasionally, but not so much in classical games. I think this in itself was a big surprise for Aronian. And as you were mentioning, a double surprise almost in the position after this move, knight to e5, a rare continuation, let's say.
So I played this position with black, and I was thinking, okay, what would I consider first? And the natural move would be to take on e5, yes? Take on e5, d takes e5, queen d1, rook d1, knight d7. And have a look at the structure. You have less space with black, of course, but I'm not sure you really want to play f4 here, because I think that one of the strangest moves in this position would be bishop e2, and to play for the initiative and to give up the pawn. And then after knight e5, the computer even proposes b3.
Wow.
I was trying to analyze it from the human perspective. I would be so curious to know also what is Levon preparation, But then I think there was a game played after queen c7, and I think that Fabi spent a lot of time after knight e5, so I'm not sure he was familiar with this position. So the game went like this, exactly, knight takes c6, d5, e takes d5, knight d5, b5, knight f6, queen f6, bishop d5, rook b8. And here's it's another critical moment, because I think there was a possibility. E4 is a very natural move, of course, but there was a possibility to play bishop d2 here to provoke b4, because otherwise I would play bishop c3, and my bishops will control all the board. So I'm not sure, probably there were a lot of choices here. But
this bishop d2 with the idea that after b4 you're going to have this extra square on c4,
exactly.
and you're going to be able to solidify the pawn structure with this weakness on c5. It kind of reminds me of yesterday's game between MVL and Bogdan Dev, when we saw this move a4, b4 to create those extra squares around the pawn structure. So very, very interesting, this move, bishop to d2. He decided to go this move e4, bishop e7, a4, castle. And what do we know about this mission?
Well, I think, once again, white has a slight edge, but, nothing serious to worry about. You see, that's what he tried to do with a4, but here I'm not forced to play b4. So that's the structure you have to keep. You have to keep this a6, b5, c5 normally.
Just a small difference on how to create this move b4 and all the weaknesses around the pawn structure. Very, very interesting insights from Almira. Thank you very much. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Almira. Thank you, Christian, for this heavyweight matchup game between Levon. And I do like that bishop d2. It struck me that if I could get black to play the move b4, then I would like the inclusion of those two moves before I played the move e4. What's happening in the game of Anish, Maurice?
Well, an interesting position, to be sure. I'll just back up to what was a critical moment in the opening. I say critical, an important moment. Let's not make it sound like it was that incredible a deal or consequent a moment. But anytime you see this trade, bishop for knight, we always want to stop, pause, and check out what are the benefits, what are the minuses. You're giving up a bishop for a knight, so that's already a big deal. Your bishop is a long-range piece that can attack along diagonals. The knight, a shorter range piece, but it can control either color, dark or light squares. But when you make this trade, bishop takes knight, which we consider the grandmaster trade, you make this trade only because it has long-term purpose. And that is that the bishop that you just gave up, the dark square bishop in this case, is gone from the board, but your opponent has lost a knight which can control light squares, right? So he's giving up this bishop, but you have extra pieces that control light squares. Two knights and a bishop, they can control the light squares. This bishop on c1 can never control a light square, and these two are the only pieces that can control light squares. That means that black will play with a long term, thinking, I will dominate on the light squares. I will look to do that while trying to limit the damage on dark squares. I'm going to jump ahead in this position now to this moment. A couple more trades have occurred of knights, but we still have a knight and a bishop that can control light squares. And this knight is poised to control this light square in particular, the e4 square. Now, you could play b3 and try to use your bishop along this diagonal. It could get shut down by f6, but at least it's well posted. Instead, he played the move bishop to e2, and after b6, castles bishop b7. Notice the control of the key light square that nobody's guarding right now. Then f3, which looks like the idea of e4 and unleashing this bishop. But a5, cementing this nice position on the square. And now if you play e4 thinking you're doing something, suddenly f5, and there is no light square control. It's black that's attacking on the light square. Suddenly everybody that's hitting this square, all eyes on this pawn, which is suddenly indefensible. If you go to e5, now d6, and you can't capture because a bishop is hanging, and then a rook's going to show up on d8, and black has exploded in this position. So he could not do that. He couldn't follow up after a5 with e4. He had to play bishop d2, and then f5 anyway. And we're talking about that light square control. This bishop now relegated to being just a defensive piece on this pawn on e3, and this led to a position by Geary where he now has just had a solid game, and now he's played rook to f6, even trying to rook lift himself. Black dominating on the light square, particularly this one on e4. Because of that exchange many moves ago, the simple trade bishop takes knight Always think long term when you make those kind of trades. And Geary's playing that classical strategy of controlling the opposite color from the bishop that he just traded off.
And we've just seen the move bishop d3, by the way. Marie says White's basically saying, I'm giving up on my advantage of the two bishops by offering the trade with the move bishop to d3. I'm not a big fan of this move. What's your thought, Alejandro?
I think he just ran out of ideas. The
seems to be-
previous move, rook f2, was such a weird move. I didn't really understand this move at all. I expected something like rook fe1 and then maybe bishop f1. I'm still not really sure what I'm doing with that. But at least I can reroute my bishop to the long diagonal like we wanted to do earlier.
Exactly. Bishop f1, bishop to c3.
Yeah.
Sorry, that went the wrong way.
Yes.
Rook. He played rook f2, the clumsy rook, as we would say, rook, and bishop d3.
And the bishop d3 is just to prevent the rook from lifting. I'm not sure where it was lifting to.
Yeah,
but
exactly. You're just saying, okay, I'll keep an eye over the f5 pawn. Black's doing fine.
I mean, White's moves look awkward.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. The funny thing that happens to many chess players is when your opponent makes a couple of awkward moves, you immediately think, oh, I have the initiative, I'm better. It's not always the case. This is one of those positions in which rook f2 I don't really get. Bishop d3, it looks really awkward. But I don't think White's worse yet.
Right.
I mean, he does have the plan of putting this bishop on b1, probably putting a rook on e1, putting the bishop on c3 and saying, look, I do have the pair of bishops. You don't have a particularly useful break as black. You can rook lift all you want. You don't have a lot of targets on the king side. f5 is currently being attacked. You could take on d3, which is possible, but you're Anish Giri, you're 150 points higher rated. Your opponent's been playing a couple of awkward moves. Do you really want to play an opposite color bishop in which both kings, let's face it, are pretty safe?
Yeah, but again, I feel like I'd be a little bit happier with the black pieces, pardon me, because this pawn on e3 is a backward pawn. Okay, but that's splitting hairs. It's really.
What's your next three moves as black?
Oh, easy. I'm going to go queen here, rook here, g5.
No, you're not playing g5. You're not playing g5. I guarantee you. Look, I guarantee you make the first two, you reach for that g pawn and you go, Jadu.
No, right?
Jadu.
MVL, baby, g4.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Without the move g5, g4 in this position, how do you ever make progress? You need g5, g4 to break through the f3 square.
For the long diagonal as well.
Yeah, but you can't give up the long diagonal like that. And
exactly.
It just would be nothing. So to play on, I think he can take the bishop. But if the bishop retreats to b1, I think White's doing fine.
I would be a little bit worried about the bishop potentially retreating to c2 and maybe the long term. This knight on c5 bothers me, actually. I think the knight on c5 is really well posted there, and that's why I would.
I like bishop c2 and a3 b4. That's
something to do something.
It's a break. It's a break after all. By the way, how long has Levon been thinking?
Levon?
Yes, please. I mean, is my board frozen? Because
we can go
Okay, how long has he been thinking?
Let's look at the Levon-Aronian game. He's deep in thought. Certainly here at 24 minutes and 50 seconds. I think that's more than I thought.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while. The guy just castled on you after you play e4 and a4, and you sit and go deep into meditation for over 25 minutes?
I think he feels Fabi hasn't played precisely and that he should have something, and it's dawning on him that
maybe he doesn't have anything.
Maybe he doesn't have anything. And perhaps it was this little detail of not playing bishop d2, right? That bishop d2 was this move that had some poison that would have put pressure on Fabi's position, but when he missed it, then Fabi's problems kind of went away, and now he's trying to find something that's just not there.
Exactly.
And he's only played 15 moves. He's got 25 more moves to go to time control, and he spent 25 minutes on only one move. Look at this clock time. He's got 37 minutes. It's not time pressure yet, obviously, but it's not a good sign.
No.
I think the players are still adjusting to the fact that they haven't played over-the-board chess for quite some time, 15 months. I was actually surprised in the interview that we had from Romania with Wesley So, where he said 18 months in his particular case. So pre-COVID, he hadn't played in an over-the-board tournament in some time.
No, he played Vaikonset 2020. That was his last tournament, and COVID travel restrictions really started around March, if you will. The candidates already pushing it, right?
He forgot about Vaikonset in his interview.
No, that was Vaikonset 2020. It was 18 months ago.
18 months ago. Okay, sorry.
That's the issue. It was a long time ago.
Seriously, yes.
And by the way, Anish just played in the candidates. Vasilagrov just played.
Grishuk.
Grishuk just played. Fabi just played. So we do have 4 players who did just play in the candidates. Did any of these players play in Tata Steel?
Some of the ones you mentioned.
MVL played terribly.
MVL played terribly. Anish played well. Favi had a forgettable-ish.
No, but I'm wondering about the other players. Did any of them play? Like Mamadzirov didn't play.
I don't think Timur played.
Timur and Grishuk. So so none of them played in the.
I want to say Mamadzirov was scheduled to play, and he had to be last-minute replaced for this year's Tata Steel.
What about the Bundesliga? Didn't they have some events in Germany?
Yeah, the Bundesliga happened, but it was already some time ago.
Biel, I thought, was over the board, but they had the barriers, right? Remember the plastic barriers?
Well, at least
for
it's
the
not
Biel.
consistent practice anyway. It's not like they could play one tournament and then a month later play another one and a month later. It has been some separation for some of these players, but for others, like the ones we mentioned, Fabi, MVL, Anish, to be sure, they have been playing regularly, if you will. Regularly, as we would say, Yasser, back in the day.
In the day.
When playing a tournament every couple of months wasn't such a bad thing to do for classical chess. It was even recommended that you not play too much.
Right.
Nowadays, it's like, play all you want. Who cares?
Right.
It seems, certainly times have changed dramatically in that respect. But only some of them have this issue. But Levon finally did make an earth-shattering move, folks.
You know, psychologically, I hate doing that. When you think for 25 minutes and you take something and you just know your opponent is going to sit down. He only has one move to make, so he's going to make it immediately.
Well, yes,
and then you go back to thinking.
He might play rook takes.
No, he's not going to play rook.
Not happening.
No. It's true. Pawn takes is going to happen. But which direction is he going to go in now? Is he going to put the rook on a7 and just go straight forward down a line? I'm starting to wonder how comfortable he is. Will he feel? Fabi has not moved as yet.
Levon's holding his pen.
He's holding his pen. You see?
Let's go.
Oh!
That'll
show us. That'll show us.
There you go. He said no. There were 2 possibilities, and Fabi has decided, I'm going to play some sharp chess. Look at Levon take his glasses off his face.
Yeah, he did not expect that one.
Plus minute think, and he probably thought, okay, I'll just take it. The guy will take it. I'll drop my rook on a7, and Fabi kept uncorked. A surprise, to be sure, and he might be in this position for another 25 minutes. Wow, there you go.
He heard us, and he was like, nah, these guys are always wrong.
You gotta love it. Isolating his pawns on purpose is Fabi, and also indicating something clear. I'm not here to play for a draw, buddy. Let's go. Let's rock this.
Commentator's curse.
I love it.
We definitely expected a6 takes b5. Can I play devil's advocate and say blunder? I mean, you killed your own pawn structure. A6 is now weak forever, and c5, you never get to play c5, c4 when your pawn was on b5.
What about your b pawn?
Yeah, but there's the general things of
What
the
about my
position.
b-pawn?
There's the general things of the position you're mentioning, Yasser.
Yeah.
And something that we've been talking in this broadcast, how chess at the top level becomes so much move by move, being able to concretely calculate details. We used to just calculate tactics. Nowadays, we just calculate, can you consolidate your position? And they try to actually calculate those kind of details out. And I think what Fabi is asking is, how are you going to develop your pieces? Your bishop on c1 is stuck. If you ever play b3, which you cannot do right now, so you'll have to spend the time doing that, I'll play bishop e6 at some point, or bishop b7, and I'm going to get rid of this bishop on d5.
Okay, let's say I play rook a3. I agree. I would like to play b3, but I do not want to hang my rook. So let me move my rook with ideas maybe of rook f3 and rook g3 as rook lift that Maurice foretold. But bishop e6, your pawn on
But
a6 is hanging.
why are you trading this bishop?
No, I said that after b3.
Oh, after b3.
After b3.
To weaken the pawn.
I'm going to wait for you to play b3.
Gotcha.
Weaken that pawn. So this allows the bishop to c1 to move.
Understood.
And then I'll trade off this monster on d5 so that I can be attacking the b3 pawn. And
Gotcha.
we have the move rook a3 on the board, more or less as expected. I was thinking simply rook d8. I'm never really going to be falling for any type of discovery check tactic.
You're
The
not
queen is
afraid
now...
of rook f3?
But what about...
Oh, rook f3, I'm
F3 is a
blundering.
problem.
No, I'm just
Bishop
blundering it
d6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, bishop d6. Let's play natural chess.
Bishop David 6?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned this possibility some time ago. If you're going to put your bishop and queen, you're really going to encourage me to play e5? I'll play f4.
Well, that was compelling.
Queen.
When you put it that way.
All right, guys, queen d4 check. Queen d4 check.
Queen David 4 check. Gotcha.
Get out of the pawn.
Okay. Now, bishop e3. Queen takes b2.
No,
rook
I think
a2.
even bishop b3 I take on d1, and
And then, f7, but d6. Gotcha. Okay, so go away. I'm saying that long term, for me, these isolated split pawns on c5, a6.
I think on a great day, on a
I'll be able to
really
exploit
great
them.
day, you get a 4 versus 3. And that's a really, really nice day you had there. It would be difficult for me to believe that black's considerably worse, or worse at all in this position. The split pawns, yeah, they're weak, but it's going to take a long time to organize something to win one of them, let alone both. And in the meantime, I think black's going to be able to organize some sort of counterplay. It's not the way I would have done it. But
No, we all expected a6 takes b5. You're
Right.
certainly not forced to defend Fabi's decision there. But I do see this as
did he play rook?
exploitable for...
Fabi instantly,
He instantly played rook
back
b6.
to b6, which...
Okay.
We're doing a great job at
Predicting.
guessing Fabi's moves. Rook to b6.
I guess the idea is that
stepping bishop c4,
the
b3.
idea is bishop. I think the idea is to develop the bishop, be able to play bishop e6. That I'm holding on to the a6 pawn, right?
Yes.
This has to be the idea.
Concept.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm still adjusting myself to this strange decision. Okay, rook f3. Where do we put the queen?
I'll point out, by the way, that the
Yes,
the engine thought that rook takes b5 is only slightly 0.1 worse for black.
Oh, really?
Like just like no big
yeah.
deal.
It was like a engine approved.
Yes.
Pretty much, right?
Yeah, the engine
Yeah.
said no big deal. You separate your pawns, but as long as you play accurately from this moment, you're fine. Rook b6, the engine doesn't like. But
The reason I was just attracted to this choice of rook f3 and rook g3 is something Almira had pointed out. I like this idea very much, in fact, of bishop to d2 to c3, repositioning my bishop on this long diagonal. Rook
I'm getting into a little bit of
b6.
trouble there.
Yeah, so I was
Maybe-
just looking at rook f3, and maybe we need a better square than g6?
E5, but I'm not in love with this move. I feel like I'm gonna fall for some tactical trick. Something like bishop f4, bishop c7, or like
Right,
bishop
f7
immediately.
is like
It's
a little tender, right?
bishop
yeah.
d2, though, right?
Yeah, well, hold on,
I
I've
could
got
take on-
bishop g4.
I got bishop g4, right? Although,
So we
do
were-
I?
Do you have bishop g4?
Do I have? Because you have rook takes f7. Bishop g4, rook takes f7, I think works.
Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're discoing on the e7 bishop, and the queen will be under attack. So you can show the line. Bishop takes queen is met by rook takes e7.
Even though queen takes d5,
d5.
pawn takes.
But here the rook is on the 7th rank, and it's
And
definitely
bishop c3 to
edge.
follow as well.
Yeah, edge for white, no question.
And of a pawn at the
that.
moment.
I'm actually surprised it didn't lose instantly.
We're going to need more Kasparov lessons,
Right.
aren't we? I mean, the art of a counterattack here. Okay, rook b6.
Rook
How does
b6 looks suspicious.
How does the computer evaluate the situation
for white
after
now.
rook f3?
Rook
better
f3,
for
better for white.
Yeah. And
Rook b6 was, I mean, played quickly, like with almost certainty.
Like he expected rook a3, and he
I
expected
like the
rook
confidence,
b6.
though. The guy spends 25 minutes. Maybe you didn't come up with the best idea ever.
Right.
But you're putting pressure on the clock. You're saying, I feel confident, I feel comfortable. Maybe white is a bit better, but I'll shrug off the initiative.
Okay, help me out here, Maurice. Instead of rook b6, the suggested line,
Bishop d6.
bishop
d6, as we
David
analyzed
said.
earlier.
That one also looked unnatural to me, to be honest.
And after f4, this whole queen d4 check
D4.
was considered okay by the computer?
Best line.
King h1 and
Trade queens.
just trade queens.
Just trade, go for the end game.
Gotcha.
Can't argue with them anymore.
No, you really
I
can't.
mean, if they say this
It's
is the best way,
frustrating.
this is the best way. All right, let's take a look at the standings. As remember, we have 2 games finished already in day 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. Temur Rajabov and Alexander Grischuk have 4.5 points, but have already completed 3 games. Oh, same as Wesley So, sorry. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana and Bogdan Daniel Dek, they have 1.5, but out of 2.
Right.
They are being trailed by Levon Aronian, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and Anish Giri with 2 draws. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave also has 2 draws, but a loss as well. And Konstantin Lupulescu, he has only half a point, but still playing his game against Anish Giri. And with that, we were going to take a very small break here, but we're going to leave you with another KasparovChess.com instructive lecture here with international master, I believe, Sopiko Guramashvili, who is going to be teaching us about en passant.
You're about to see 2 absolutely brilliant examples that will blow your mind. In this position, Black has an extra piece that is controlling very important g1-a7 diagonal. However, with so many pawns on the board, White has no problems to draw this game. But can White play for more? Yes, he can. White is setting up a trap that one could never imagine to fall for. White is using the momentum that the bishop is on f2, and it is possible to block g1-a7 diagonal. If White does it simple with king d2, the idea is e3, then Black has time to go back. Bishop a7, and Black easily draws this game, as after king b3, king b4, king b5, Black grabs the a6 pawn. So White does it in a very powerful way. f4, sacrificing the pawn and forcing Black to react. Now black should either take the pawn on f4 or play e4. e4 would make white's life very easy, as it is impossible to control two pawns. So white simply pushes f5, king b3, f6, king a4, f7, and if king b5, black is not in time because f8 and queen is on the board. But if bishop c5, then we should distract this bishop and play a7. Now we want a8, so black should take the pawn, bishop takes a7, and now f8, queen, and white is winning. So let's take a look what happens if after f4, e takes f4. Now white plays very strong e4, allowing en passant. And the idea is same. White wants to push the pawn, and it will be impossible to control both a7 and e7 squares. So en passant, f takes e3. And now, after king e2, white managed to blockade g1, a7 diagonal, and a6 pawn is unstoppable. Now let's take a look at another example that is a composition by Leonid Gubel. In this position, white has two extra pieces, but unfortunately for white, they are not coordinated, which makes very difficult to stop the a pawn. It is black to move, and black pushes the pawn, a3. Now how to stop the pawn? Knight c6, a very powerful move, which makes life easy if black plays a2. Then simple knight b4 check and fork. White wins the pawn. But of course this knight is hanging. King takes c6. Now what happened? We distracted the king from d4 pawn, and white plays bishop f6. The idea is clear. If a2, bishop takes d4 and we control the a1 square. If king c5, then we win the a3 pawn with bishop e7. So this leaves us with king d5. And again, how to stop the a pawn? Now white plays very subtle and a very strong idea, d3. What happens? a2, c4. Now white is setting up a trap. If en passant, d takes c3, bishop takes c3, we control the a1 square, there is no more promoting the queen, and we have extra d3 pawn, so white is winning. So after c4, black should go king c5 to be close to d4 pawn, because if king c6, then simple bishop takes d4 wins. So after c4, king c5, and now the trap. King b7. What is the idea of king b7? To control the c6 square. Why do we need it? Because in case of queen a1 queen, then bishop e7 suddenly is a mate. And otherwise, black is in zugzwang because after king b7, either black has to push the pawn or move the king. And king b4, bishop takes d4, simply wins the game.
And we're back, round 3 of the Superbet Chess Classic. We have 2 results already for you guys. We are gonna see the standings again. It is a bunch of people in 1.5, but definitely very different 1.5s, as some of them are out of 2 games and some of them are out of 3. It's only Bogdan, Daniel Deac, and Fabiana Caruana that are still playing their games out of that pack, and they are going to try to separate themselves from that 50% crowd.
Keep their lead, so to speak. And in the game between Bogdan and Shaq, he has captured the pawn on d5, by the way. We had left it, and Shaq played the move rook e7. Doubtlessly, Black is going to win back the pawn to create material equality, but we've been talking about the rook and bishop versus the rook ending.
You know what I really hate when I have certain preparations? That my opponent makes an obvious move, and out-prepared my opponent, the way Shakhriyar has done so here. He get an extra 45 minutes on the clock. You know that the position is going to be equal. You remember the computer said, 0, 0, 0, 0.
All the way through.
Everything's great. And then your opponent makes a natural move, like the move knight c6.
Back here.
You must take.
Yep.
And then after bishop takes c6, you absolutely have to take. You kind of realize you don't remember
exactly how to get to 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, and then it's a knight against the bishop, so you don't really want to give any chances because the bishop is better than the knight. So you know that you have to equalize in the next couple of moves precisely, but you don't remember how. And that's, I think, what happened to Shak, because he spent 40 minutes in this position trying to figure it out. He just gave away his time advantage trying to see how to equalize. And after a long think, he decided, well, knight b5 is the way to go. Try to get that pressure on the d4 pawn. Bishop takes d5 on the board. And rook e7. Are we convinced about this setup? He is currently down a pawn. He has played the move rook e7 to cover the 7th rank.
Exactly. He didn't want to play knight takes d4 immediately because rook to c7 was too strong. He played rook to e7.
And the question...
He doesn't have 0, 0, 0 equality in my view.
It doesn't feel like it. There's a couple of tries, at least for the white side. You could try the move rook ac1, I believe. The idea would be that if you take on d4, I would be happy to give you a check. Rook e8 would be forced. I'll take probably on b8, I would say.
Yeah.
You must take back, and then after rook c7, this is exactly what you're trying to avoid. My rook penetrates. I even win a pawn. This game is actually kind of over.
Exactly.
So rook c1 looks logical. I would say defending the pawn looks logical.
Maybe g6.
Maybe you have to play g6, but these are the kinds of situations that you kind of have to calculate accurately because I have more than one idea on how to defend my pawn on d4 now.
A little bit of a question for you, though, Alejandro. After the move rook e7, rook d1?
I was hoping that rook d7 would be sufficient for
Exactly,
black.
because the move rook d8 was my vaunted trick. And... Bobby Fischer teaches chess. It was a one-trick pony. Back rank checkmates. That's what it's all about, the back rank checkmate. But as you pointed out, there is the move rook to d7. And, well, again, I just don't see it as 0, 0, 0 yet, but Black is good.
This one you might believe in it, right?
Yeah, slowly, slowly. Rook c1, and still something for Bogdan to play for, no question about it. What do you say, Marie? So what does the engine say?
There's an interesting move here, bishop d5, rook
Bishop
e7.
d, rook e7, yeah.
Is bishop c4, actually accelerating the capture of the pawn on d4.
You got to take it.
Because the knight doesn't have any real home. After this move, the knight is just kind of not finding any stability. The knight would like to stay right there. Like, I want to be there. Put a pawn on e5, pawn on c5 in particular, and I'll stay right there. But in this position, the knight has no easy home to get to. And like this check doesn't really do anything after king to g2. Again, your knight is unstable. You could play knight e1, but you're just going to get kicked. You can bring your knight back to this square, and this pawn could move.
Better for white?
It's kind of there,
0-0.
but a rook is going to come here. It's not 0-0. The rook will come. The rook will threaten rook d7, rook d8, and there's energy. And if you go back to f5 back here, and you go to f5, also, you know, it's like, what's your knight doing, really? I mean, it's there, but white's going to double rooks after you defend it, and back to business again. So this bishop is really going to be the star in this position, is going to be the better bishop versus, or the question of better minor piece.
It's not a big advantage, but it's something to play for, a safe advantage at that.
Exactly.
Maurice, I was curious, what did the engine say was the path to the 0-0? Because I wasn't very convinced about knight b5. Or at least I'm not very convinced right now.
Back here, you mean, in this position?
Yes.
It wanted to play rook b to d8 as the move, just to be solid in this position. It's not 0-0, by the way. It's got a little edge, a little nibble for white is the engine's evaluation. I'll say about this position, from my perspective, is it's more of ease of play than it is the evaluation of the position. How white's just going to go like this, right? Black's going to be looking around because this piece, this knight, has no easy anchor square. And we know we want knights to have anchor squares. Maybe the best square it has right now is the one it's on. Just sitting there where you can be defended easily by your rook. And then the issue of if white ever tries to take this pawn, then the knight can try to jump and then get a new anchor square on d4 with a rook sitting behind it. It's just no obvious anchor square where it cannot be kicked away. And
that makes sense.
That's just the challenge. While the bishop is hopping around, dancing, it's like the hare and the tortoise, where it's like, I'm dancing and prancing, dude, and you're just like slow go. In this case, the bishop, the hare would win over the tortoise all day long. So that's the challenge. It's just easy to play. It's just easy to play for white, while black cannot prove equality. That's far away from this position. And that, I think, is the real challenge here.
Curious about the approach by Mamedyarov. Not a Wesley So, not a Timur Rajabov that usually sits in this 0.1 inferior position and just makes an easy draw. He's more of the type of player that likes his chances. He likes playing.
He's a counterattacker. He doesn't like just holding a position. It's not his nature.
So I am surprised about his choice of opening, especially considering who he is playing. Mamedyarov, a very confident player, usually when he's playing down. I mean, it is a grandmaster deck, really doing well in this tournament. But I am surprised about the choice of opening by Mamedyarov. It's not his style of usual play, and he's not going to get a single winning chance against a player of this caliber with this opening. And he's reaching for the bishop. I think that's it. Bishop c4, and he'll put a little bit of pressure here, a little bit of pressure there against Mamedyarov, whose specialty is not these type of positions.
Absolutely not.
This kid's a star. I mean, at least he's playing like a boss in this tournament right now. Look at that Bishop c4 move. And Rook d6, the top two moves of the engine. This young man is showing stuff, and he's not trying to draw.
Because he could. It's easy to draw this position. Easy. He's trying to keep his chances.
I'm trying to beat you too. How dare you play chess like this against me? I'm going to show you I'm not losing. I mean, it's the right attitude. It doesn't matter who you're sitting across the board from. If you've got the position, play it.
Exactly. I'd like to bring our attention to the game of Anish for just a moment, because there was this key moment after the move bishop to d3, what we thought about the opposite color bishop position with knight takes d3. After, I'm not sure who's taking more time. I suppose Anish took some time to play the move queen f7. Not much has happened since the position that we left it. Only I just wanted to say that he declined the opportunity to go for bishops of opposite color with knight d3.
I'm not surprised. It's a little bit of the psychological pressure that you are playing somebody
lower rated.
You want to make your chances in the tournament.
Exactly. But now, having said that, with the move queen, I was about to say, don't we play bishop to d3 to c2 so at least we can play for a3, b4?
Well, it's also the psychological thing. If the guy didn't take it the previous move, he ain't going to take it this move. I can just make another move.
Rook
he won't take on d3. Inviting rook g6, I guess, right?
Yeah, the only reason I would put my rook on e2 if I was thinking about bringing my dark square bishop over here as opposed to the long diagonal. But you're right, rook g6 with the rather cheeky threat of bishop takes f3.
It's not very subtle, but I don't understand how Lupulescu can defend this if it's not moving a rook to the f file, but I just brought it from
Yeah, exactly. If I have to play rook f1 or rook f2 back.
You could play rook f2, and there's probably nothing wrong with it, but why did you play rook e2 in the first place?
Exactly.
Apparently, queen h5 is much stronger and virtually decisive. Well, not decisive.
But I like queen h5.
I like queen h5.
Queen h5.
Well,
like
queen
a
h5.
Massive edge.
I really like for multiple reasons, but I especially like the idea of playing queen e7 to f7 to h5 so I can play rook h6. So I'm still like puzzling over rook f2 to e2.
Rook e2 is a bad move.
You know, sometimes when
e2 is a
strong
bad
players say something convincingly, you kind of believe them.
Right.
But you're tricking me. What on earth is bishop e1? You have the long diagonal a1 to h8. Why is your bishop going to e1? Your bishop's going to c3.
That was why he played rook e2 to make a pathway for the bishop. I mean,
but that doesn't make sense, right?
No,
it doesn't make any sense.
No, Levon Aronian, by the way, who is a great kibitzer, he really enjoys throwing his opponents off, especially when they're playing blitz. He would say, oh, after rook e2, I understand. You want to put your bishop on g3. Well, I'm going to allow you to do that. And you never thought about putting your bishop on g3. Why would I put my bishop on g3? But now he's convinced you that you should be doing it. He's terrible. Rook e2, you said, Maurice, was a bad move. Explain why.
Because of queen h5.
Yeah.
Queen h5.
Because of queen h5.
So
full stop.
We talked about the light squares, right?
Yeah.
We talked about those light squares, and you have to be careful, mindful, even if you think you have pawns on light squares. And look how the pieces have migrated to light squares. These rooks on light squares already, and then these targets, this bishop is thinking, I've got a lot of stuff to look at and make fun with. Of course, we'd rather have rooks on dark squares, maybe even the pawns on dark squares, although of course this e4 square would be a gigantic problem if you play the move f4. But queen h5 accelerates the attack along the light squares. The idea is to bring the rook over to g6. By the way, this move, bishop to e1, preparing to put the bishop on g3 against a move like rook to h6, bishop to g3. And the computer shocked me by suggesting the move knight to e4.
Oh, that really highlights how bad rook e2 is.
I mean, sizzle my
That's
nizzle.
nice.
And now if you take, of course, you simply capture back, and this rook is hanging. Your bishop can't leave, because that's going to hang, and suddenly the diagonal is going to reopen once again after you take on d3, and all the yummies on light squares still. This position is great for black. We talked about that exchange all the way back on move 5, folks. Bishop takes c3 was played all the way back here. And we said the light square, when you take with a dark square bishop, you take your bishop, take a knight, it means you have an advantage on the light squares. It's a small one, you have an extra minor piece that can control light squares, but it is real. It is there until another trade challenges, another trade kind of balances it out once again. Much later though, we're going all the way later in this game to queen h5. I'm not sure, has it been played as yet? Did Anish play it? But queen h5 and that light square pressure, because white didn't do anything on the dark squares at all. So this bishop has just been dead for the longest time. And now black suddenly has the opportunity to leap, control those light squares, even more so an attack on the light squares. Move 5, one simple exchange. There's no such thing as a simple exchange in chess, folks. We'll jump right now to Christian and Almira in Romania.
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, we were actually going to discuss about the same game because it's such an intriguing game, and especially in the opening, as you were mentioning, that move 5 after queen to c2. Anish actually played this move castle previously, but this allows the move knight to d5, and the position gathers a completely different character. Instead of that, he decided to go this bishop takes c3. This is modern chess for you. You're just going to give that bishop, you're going to release the bishop pair without even white attacking that bishop with a3. It looks like a blunder in my opinion, but of course, after queen takes c3, this has been played plenty of times, and right now seems to be the main theory in this position. It just goes to show how interesting the modern chess is with the aid of the engines. Almira, what other insights do you can you share with us about this position?
Yeah, actually, I have a lot of things to say. First of all, I wanted to show you how do you actually get to this idea. You get it from here. e4, c5, knight f3, knight e6, bishop b5, there is a lemma, so it depends. I can play e6, and okay, here you go. That's the idea. But even here, if I don't play the e6, you know, sometimes there is this line, you know, or and then sorry, queen c7, yes, and then later on, yes, sorry, queen c7, I can take on c6, queen c6, and then, for example, I just make a move, sorry, castle, a6, bishop c6, queen c6, it's just, you know, a variation to show you, so could be like this.
This
you know?
looks like a much better version for white, because black already played a6, so he lost a tempo there. Being black also -1 tempo, so -2 tempos compared to our position.
Of course, and what does it have to do, you know, with the English opening, you might ask. Let's get back to the position. So that's how you get those ideas. Bishop takes c3, you give up the bishop, but after queen c3, queen e7, d4. Why d4? Actually, you have to understand. Because, you know, if I play a simple move like bishop e2, for example, I will play those Sicilian types position like by, you know, playing d5. That's why Lupulescu, I think, wanted to grab the initiative. He played d4. This is actually one of the main lines in this variation, and I simply love it. And it shows that actually Anish prepared for this game and he wants to win. So knight e4. Queen d3, takes d4, knight d4, and here he played knight c5. I simply wanted to show you a very interesting variation which could happen this line after bishop e2. Castle, sorry. Bishop e2, and the main line goes like this. Queen b4, king f1, because, okay, what is the difference compared to the line? Because now after bishop d2, you can take on b2, and after rook b1, you can take on d2.
That exchanges all the pieces, black is a pawn up, black is just...
Exactly, because after castle, the knight is no longer hanging with the check. So queen b4, king f1, here black simply goes queen e7, you know, and after f3, because I want, you know, for you not to have this grip, you can retreat your knight to c5, but what you can also do is to play f5, which leads to an incredible position. How do you like it?
Oh, amazing. And especially after knight c5, this looks eerily similar to the position we actually have currently on the board in this game.
So what happened in the game? I think Anish prepared this knight c5, and queen d1, knight d4, queen d4, castle. I actually wanted to explain to you, okay, how things could go wrong with white. Why actually they went wrong with white. So this position is very easy to play with black, so after b6, castle, bishop b7. So I think that the turning point in this game was the move f3. Actually, it seems very natural, but normally in this type of structure, you try to avoid this. If you would have the knight on c3 and knight on f6, then f3 would be just perfect. I would advise, you know, bishop d2, and I think it was even played one game, just to play bishop d2, for example, let's say a5, bishop c3, to put bishop immediately on this diagonal.
To put this bishop on this diagonal, but also maybe not create any weaknesses on the king side. Defend this pawn on g2, which will definitely be a weakness due to the fact that this bishop on b7 is such a monster piece, but you can easily defend that by playing moves such as, let's say, of course, black is not going to get checkmated in one move, but after rook fd1, if we have any sort of problems on pawn on g2, we can easily defend it with the move bishop to f1. So I'm just going to make some random moves, and now I can defend the pawn on g2. I don't have to play f3 to create this weakness on e3, and I think this would have been a much safer approach for Lupulescu. Right?
Yes, I agree with you. And this shows, once again, an incredible preparation on Anish's behalf.
And what do you think is Lupulescu's maybe psychological mistake in this game?
I think, once again, he wanted to play it safe, and maybe he was prepared for the line with bishop e2. And, you know, Anish surprised him once again.
Sometimes when you want to play too safe, you make this type of early mistakes. Guys, back to you.
Thank you both. I'm looking at the game of Levon, and, well, frankly, I'm not a big fan of Fabi's position. How about yourself, Alejandro?
Well, when you see two rook lifts, that's incredibly rare. Two rook lifts to the king side, but the difference of power in the bishops here makes me heavily prefer Levon's rook lift over Fabi's rook lift.
Those bishops are scorching compared to the c8 bishop. Obviously, the one thing I do have to avoid is bishop c8 to g4. But I agree. I mean, White's bishops look far more menacing.
I'm going to even point to you, Yaz, and say, even that the engine doesn't think you have to avoid.
Really?
Check this out.
Wow.
This position, the engine says you can play e5. I was like, what? Are you joking? What about bishop to g4? I said, no problem. Take my wife, please. Old joke. Who said that joke a long time? Doesn't matter. Take my rook, please.
Not Benny Hill.
It wasn't Benny Hill.
No, it
somebody
was,
else.
Yeah.
I forget who. At any rate, takes, and even here, not compensation for the exchange, much better position, period.
Wow.
Like, just better. Just give this up. I find this position very hard to believe, but this bishop is so powerful. Henny Youngman, our producer, is telling us, queen e4, f4, blast away with your pawns and show that you just have a completely dominant position. This would be very risky to do. I mean, it'd be enterprising at least if you were Levon. It's also unnecessary.
Yeah, this looks very strange.
To do when you actually have a move like h3 and just shut the bishop out and say, that's it, you got nothing there, and let's get back to business so I can beat you down. The fact that he allowed these two bishops to get to the squares, I mean, it looks like something from a puzzle book developing, like old school attacking tactics about to break out. Very bad position for Fabi. It wasn't a taking with the rook, which was risky, but that rook maneuver, rook back to b6, rook to g6, when you have no real backup to it, not looking very promising at all.
It would have looked much better if he had a pawn on b5 and did the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
At least can kick out the bishop from c3.
a6 to b5
strange.
would be a wonderful move.
I have never seen a situation where you just give up this rook on f3 for no apparent reason.
That is a remarkable.
That is a remarkable concept to me.
Exactly. e5. Even if it had occurred to me that sacrificing the exchange gives me great compensation, without a pawn in the pocket, I wouldn't believe I have enough.
Much less playing for an advantage.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But I mean, the more you look at it and you say, okay, give White moves like queen e4 and f4, you start to warm up to the exchange sacrifice. But without a pawn, I would have a hard time.
Especially
g3?
Yeah, especially with the possibility of keeping most of the trumps of the position, like your powerful bishops, and not giving up this rook, right?
Rook to g3. I thought h3.
h3 was an automatic for me.
Yeah, me too. Rook to g3 was Levon's choice, and the problem I had with rook to g3 is like
bishop d6.
Yeah, I wasn't really enthusiastic about how. I think I'm helping black structure. Maybe I'm not.
The only question would be maybe like a move. Like, I don't have any tricks with f4. You're just gonna take it, right?
You asking me? It's like, of course I'm going to take it. What are you?
Oh, I was hoping there was something with like.
You think you've got some?
No.
Just trickies on f7.
Just fantasy chess.
Well, with e5, right? You were trying to play.
Right.
Bishop takes e5. How do I do it? Bishop f7, or take this first.
And then bishop f7. But if I do it this way around, you don't have to
take, because queen d8 is your trick.
Yeah, that's my trick.
And king h8. Man.
Looks risky,
living life dangerously.
Looks risky for black because they're about to get mated, but I don't think.
What? Where? How? And plus, you're down a pawn?
I can take on g6. It's never going to be risky for white, but I also don't think I'm better at all.
No. I don't either. Enterprising play, but rook to g3.
And quickly, bishop b7 was played by Fabi.
We're having a very hard time
Fabi's
guessing
not
Fabi's move.
to guess any moves.
I know,
like moves. No
Are we like 0 out of 10 with this guy today?
Maybe 11. 0 for 11. It's amazing.
And he's playing all quickly moves.
Like as if these are the most natural moves.
But I understand that. Perhaps in a position where he feels uncomfortable, he sees Levon's clock.
It's never a good thing, though.
Levon's clock is at 17 minutes and 30 seconds.
But when you're making bad moves quickly, I don't know that rule.
Is it a bad move? Is it a bad move, first of all?
Well, I'm not specifically talking about bishop b7, but rook, you start playing rook b5, rook b6, rook g6. Let me just play some quick moves. The guy's in time pressure.
All right, but bishop
That could
e7
be-
I like. This bishop on d5 is a monster. Let's
clear.
get rid of it. Apparently, this bishop on d5 was worth a rook. So we
Well,
might
a moment ago.
might as well trade it off. Bishop e7 makes tons of sense to me. I didn't particularly like rook g3, to be honest.
Me either. Okay, if you take on d5 and we replace the bishop on d5 with, let's say, a queen. So let's make a move. Queen to b3.
I think a useful move. Let's play rook e1.
Rook e1 is a useful move?
You might as well. More
okay.
useful than
Fair
rook
enough.
b3.
Right. Rook e1, I was trying to force, let's say, this position, right?
Yeah.
Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. Now, you still have this long-term weakness of these split pawns, which we've already harped upon. And
I just feel that without the bishops, I'm breathing. Like I can start thinking of bringing out my rook from f8, something that I couldn't even dream about a couple of moves ago, because f7 was always such a big threat.
right. But okay, I will drop my queen back to c4.
I'd rather be white. But
Of course, yeah.
I don't think that it's as dangerous as it was after the move h3.
Right.
I
If
think
we
a
go
little
back
bit
a
of the advantage
moment-
has been lost.
Well, again, the bishop on d5 was such a tremendous piece. Had I played h3 a moment ago, I suppose Fabi would have played bishop to b7 in an instant.
But the
then.
difference is that if you do the same thing and I play the move rook e1 just to pass the move, and you take on
Yeah.
d5 and I take on d5 with my queen, my rook's on f3. It's actually targeting the f7 square, so you can't move your rook to d8 just for starters.
Right, you're stuck.
You're stuck. Your bishop's kind of stuck. It doesn't have a lot of good moves.
Yeah, maybe something like, well, I see this queen on d5 as really dominating over the queen on c7, so I would probably want to play as black queen to
And
c6.
I still think you have good chances to equalize, but
it's work.
It's work, and it's more work than it is in the game continuation, because I'm seeing some trades that I don't really understand, frankly. Bishop b7, played in the game after rook g3. Rook g3.
Oops, sorry, rook to g3.
Yeah, bishop b7, rook takes on g6 was played. Obviously, Fabi instantly took that. And, well, the rooks have been traded off. I didn't feel the rook on g6 threatened anything at any point.
Right. I think that was a success somehow for black. I think.
Great trade for black.
Yeah, that black is happy with these double pawns now. First of all, he's created luft. Second of all, it just feels like he's controlled more squares thanks to the double pawns.
And something else I like about these double pawns is that I can play the move bishop f6, and it doesn't ruin my structure.
True, true. Bishop f6. Looking for a follow-up here by Levon. Again, I don't know how important or not is the rook e1 trade.
You know,
We
I'd
get this in
also say that there's something that happens when you play someone a lot, right?
Which these two players have.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, they played so many classical games. Not just, don't forget about Rapid and Blitz, all those
Right.
games, but so many classical games. There was something Magnus said during the matchup, and you see there, they're scoring classical. If my math is right, that's 46 games they've played over the board against each other. You would think they had played like a world championship match.
Two world championship matches.
Right? I mean, a lot of games to have played each other. But Magnus said something when he was playing, he played a match against Hikaru. It was on the Champions Tour. And Hikaru won the first game on the second day. And Magnus said he noticed that whenever Hikaru wins the first game, he gets a little bit nervous. And he doesn't play with the same kind of confidence. So that's why he felt he could make a comeback, which he did, and he ended up winning the match. But that's someone who has played against a competitor, as we see a trade happen there on b7, so that dominant bishop is now gone from the board. That's someone who has tons of experience playing against someone else, so that you know sort of all the situations that can happen and the kind of decisions that this person makes because you're comfortable with them. You've just seen it happen so often. So I think that Fabi probably has a little something on Levon that, well, he clearly has that. We don't. But he probably has some intel in his own mind that says, you know what, I think I can unbalance a position a certain way. I know if I were playing against somebody else, I wouldn't do this. But maybe against this opponent, I can get away with it because he's not that comfortable if you make this kind of change happen in the position. Now, I'm guessing at it, why, because he took on b5 with a rook and then just kept playing like it was nothing. You know, he probably has some kind of insight. Alejandro, you know Fabi, and you might know a little bit more about this topic as well, that playing against the opponent as opposed to playing the best move on the board.
I would say that every player at the top is different. Fabi is one of those that doesn't really care who's in front of him. He'll play what he thinks is the principal move in the position. It's very rare that he lets his emotions and his thoughts of the opposing player really dictate what's going to happen over the board. He's extremely principled. But you can see that in certain occasions it's hard to avoid. You've played somebody so much, you kind of expect their style, you expect their thought process. It's inevitable just because you absorb their way of playing throughout so many games, 46 classical games.
That's a lot.
These gladiators have faced against each other. In this game, this particular one is a little bit of a strange one to me. It's difficult for me to predict the moves for both players. It's not something that I'm used to with Fabi. I'm used to really being able to easily predict his moves. I've worked so much with him, and I know his style so well. Thinking with the rook, to me, was very strange. This rook lift was very strange. But, you know, maybe he's trying some new things. And I wasn't too happy with how he handled this particular position. But at the end of the day, he's not really that much worse anymore.
No, and for me, if you were asked me where I would like my queen as white, I would say the d5 square. I would also say the c4 square, and I would also say the e2 square so that I could put my rook on a1 and tickle a little bit this pawn on a6. Queen g4 kind of came right away, and Levon got up from the board, and he seemed quite pleased with himself as he launched his queen to the g4 square. And I'm sitting there saying to myself, why is the queen good on g4 as opposed to, say, e2 or c4 or d5?
There is the caveman h4, h5 coming up, so perhaps that is the idea. It's difficult to meet once the pawn is on h5. It's difficult to really defend this.
So, I mean, not that I don't have bishop f6 right away, a move that you yourself suggested, but say rook
you might
d8.
Not. But we do have some breaking news in another one of those games with Maurice.
Well, after a long think, deep meditation, analyzing all the possibilities in the position, Giri finally did play the move queen to h5, and we're seeing the piercing pressure on the light squares here. This square is a problem. These rooks connected on this diagonal, certainly a problem. This rook preparing to go to h6, hitting this pawn, maybe even to g6, continuing the pressure along the pinned queen h5, a monster move, and Giri making his claim right now to try to join the leaders at +1 if they don't win their games. Big time move, folks, queen h5. He sees the idea. Once you see the first move, you know he sees the rest. And he spent a long time looking at this move. White is in deep, deep trouble.
I agree. I mean, I'm looking at queen h5, rook h6, but I really like that knight e4. You look perplexed.
It stems from this ugly move, rook e2. I mean, I just can't stress how bad this move was. I would rather pass.
Yeah, me too. I would much rather put my bishops on c2 and
No, but I was literally
c1.
saying
Yes.
pass. Don't move the rook. The reason the bishop can't retreat. There are so many of these variations where the queen is now on h5, where I'm thinking, you know, if I need a hard way to stop these threats on the light squares, they're becoming too much, the pressure's accumulated, I can always play bishop e2, bishop f1, and say, you know what, you're really not going to penetrate that way. You have a lot of control over the light squares, but your knight's on c5, it's still far away from the king's side. You're not really going to be touching those pawns that easily. But when you put the rook on e2, you're hemming in your own bishop out of the king's side. Bishop e1 played. The only thing I don't like for Giri, awful time management. 14 minutes for the Dutch player, if I'm reading that correctly. But he has the initiative, and it's all about whether he finds his knight e4 resource. It's an easy resource for a player of this caliber to find. Very visual,
Yes.
but also strikingly strong.
Well, again, I love this idea of queen h5, rook h6 to try to provoke some type of a weakness on the king side. And if we do see this move, bishop g3, this is the point where knight e4 becomes such a powerful rejoinder. The idea is you take the knight, but now with the queen on h5 hitting the rook on e2, this bishop on
Where's this
d3
bishop
can't
going?
move.
Wait, where's this bishop going?
He's
Does he take it on
reaching-
f3?
Is he really?
Oh! It's a similar idea, different execution.
Wow,
Does
okay.
this- that makes sense. Wait, does it work? Takes on... And I play g4? Does this work?
I take, pardon me, what? We're taking?
No, g4, rook g6 you have, right?
What?
What is, I don't understand. What is?
If the idea is,
Oh, this is hanging. I don't have bishop h7. I'm just hallucinating. No, then bishop e4 is a nice strategical move. You exchange your bishop.
Bishop takes h7 would be genius.
Yeah, but this pawn on e4.
Yeah, there is an issue there.
So,
But bishop e4 is not a great move in this position, guys.
because you ignore it, I guess.
Well, you can't ignore it. Totally.
I mean, you don't
Yeah.
fully ignore it because the bishop
Yeah.
is hanging, but you put the bishop back on c2, I assume, and
Right. Any trades, nothing bad happened in this exchange. I thought the bishop on b7 was actually really good.
I think he thinks.
he was going for the f3 pawn. I was very excited that he was
Yeah.
going to take on f3.
Really, I thought so too. I thought he was reaching to play bishop takes f3 gf, queen takes f3,
Yeah, but this
and
is
somehow worked it out that this was good for him.
But no.
It is not good for him now
Bishop
that we have
G3
this
and
bishop
rook
g3.
F4,
No. But bishop e4, Maurice, did the engines, is this engine endorsed?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. Bishop c4.
Unfortunately, bishop c2 or bishop b1 are just fine.
Bishop c2 or bishop b1 are just fine. Just inviting a trade of the light squared bishops. This bishop on b7 actually looked like it was, going to be best supporting actor
But
or
it's
something.
Yeah, no. I agree.
The point is that the bishop on g3 gets security.
Right, because the knight on e4 can't
The knight on
touch it.
e4 was taking the bishop.
Taking
on
the bishop,
G3.
right.
Exactly.
But now the bishop on g3 will get perfect security because this bishop is sitting on that square. So bishop to g3, here you would play knight to e4, and
No, but you have to take at that point because I don't see the checkmate immediately, but I do think it's knight takes g3. Maybe we can point that out. Like, what is the threat of knight e4, right? You put the knight on e4, you make some move like a4, knight, bishop c2, whatever. You take, and I think you just take on f3 immediately. I don't see a defense because you take on f3, queen h1, and rook h2 is just checkmate.
Exactly.
So you need this bishop to defend your position. You
Right.
can't afford to allow knight takes g3, and that's what forces you to take on e4, giving you that ugly position. And quite honestly, would you rather have a knight on c5 or a bishop on b7 in this position?
Oh, much rather have a bishop on b7. Seriously, the bishop on b7, especially after I take, is
Right.
just, roaring down that long diagonal. The bishop on g3, I agreed, it's a good defensive piece, but it's also a passive piece comparing the two
It's just
bishops.
suffering once this bishop
I
knight
think
on
It's
e4,
suffering.
yeah.
It is suffering.
I think he thought that taking on e4 was forced.
No.
You think
Well,
that after bishop
do you,
e4...
do you think that Anish thinks bishop to c2, he has a continuation? Do you think he actually has a move in mind right now after bishop to c2? If he saw bishop c2 or bishop to b1, thinking there's an option, what move could he be hallucinating, actually?
The move
What-
that he could be hallucinating is like after bishop, the inclusion of bishop e4, bishop c2 means that bishop takes f3 increases in value because the rook on e2 isn't protected anymore.
But you still have to make it work. Bishop
Exactly.
takes f3, g takes f3. And yes, my rook on
e2 is
is
undefended.
undefended. I can just move it because now the d1 rook is not undefended.
Precisely. So queen takes,
Rook.
you can just move your rook and
G2 and
the queen on d1. Pardon me. The
Bishop
rook
defends the rook. The queen defends the rook. And queen takes rook on f6 is a threat. And what was his point?
We're going to ask him.
That's why you got Christian and Almira in Romania.
In Romania. We're going to have to ask him.
If he see bishop c2, if he's sitting there right now saying, I have bishop, there's a bishop c2 or a bishop b1 possible. He actually saw this move. What could he be ghosting?
It is
because I
perplexing.
really think he thought that taking on e4 must be forced.
And you see the idea. You see that he sees the idea that the bishop on d3 can't move, that you can land on e4 with something. Just why would he do it this way around when you've seen the ideas?
Because he thinks maybe he thought taking was forced, particularly under time pressure. Because if he sees bishop c2,
yeah, it's baffling.
if he literally is like, okay, so clearly the guy has to play bishop c2, what's the next move?
I'm just looking at rook g6, bishop g3. Again, you're not threatening to take the bishop, but I'm not playing h5, h4 either. Can I play for f4? Is there something?
Maybe, I mean, f4 immediately doesn't work, does it? That's just way too much fantasy. You take with the e pawn and bend every single way I can imagine.
True that.
What are you trying to resign?
Yeah.
I'm trying to justify this.
We're trying.
Grasping at straws here, man. I don't get it.
I'm telling you, I don't think he saw the move bishop c2 or bishop e1. I think he ghosted on these retreating moves. He thought that taking on e4 was going to be necessary, and he'd get a big advantage. But bishop e4, if you're just going to back up, you literally have nothing to do. You're like, there are no moves.
Right.
You're just like, we don't know what the idea is. We're trying to sack pieces and lose them basically on f3 to sack this bishop. And bringing the rook in doesn't help. The bishop lands on g6. He has no follow-up. So I'm not sure what he's even ghosting. Like what move, he's hallucinating what? There's just, it seems like the most rational explanation is that he thinks, or thought, as he's looking at it now, that taking on e4 was going to have to happen.
How long did he take on last move, by the way?
It wasn't that long.
Bishop b7, e4 being the last move.
It was pretty long, right?
Let's just switch and just check in on Levon.
It took a long time playing queen h5.
That's what it was. Queen h5.
A long thing with queen
long
h5.
thing there.
But it didn't take him that long to play bishop to e4.
Well, before we get into time trouble really quickly, I will have to announce that we have merchandise for you guys if you want to support the St. Louis Chess Club, all of the lectures and organization we do. And not only that, but also the wonderful, across the street from us, World Chess Hall of Fame and their Q Boutique. They have amazing exhibits if you're in the chance to visit St. Louis. Highly recommended. I think that taking a picture in front of the Giant King is a rite of passage for any chess fan in the world. You can support us by buying a little bit of our merchandise. QBoutiqueSTL.com. You can find all kinds of polos like this beautiful one with the World Chess Hall of Fame logo. And you can find chess boards, chess-related memorabilia. You can find stress balls shaped like knights. All kinds of little gadgets that will make excellent gifts for people that are getting into chess or even for seasoned professionals. I know that a lot of these little chess gadgets are sought after. I've been asked to buy things for people that I'm going to see in completely different countries.
Nice, nice. I like that. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game, the heavyweight clash between Levon Aronian and Fabi for a moment. We've just seen very important moves. I think this c5, c4 move by Fabi, which really did encourage e5, by the way.
Yes, please play it, right?
Right. You want to play e6 and damage the structure. And with the move e5, you're opening up for, did I just see that right? Queen, I was about to say, you're threatening to play queen takes c4, but bishop b4 was just played.
This is I don't like my position. Let's beg for a draw.
Let's beg for a draw as quickly as I can. Bishop b4, jettisoning the c4 pawn. Now the question is, should I play for an initiative with e6 and just mess up the kingside structure? Let me just put that on the board for a second to show you exactly what I mean. I assume you're taking with the queen. I'm not really too sure. Okay, this is not pretty.
But you're not up a pawn.
But you're not down material.
You're not down material. The other variation is to take on c4, immediately say, well, thank you for that pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
I assume that you take on c3. That is the only move I can imagine.
Exactly. Otherwise, why did you play? If you played something like a5, then I'm playing
e6.
Yeah. So let's say I take, and
it doesn't really matter, I guess. I take either way, and I'm going to press because I'm up a pawn.
Precisely.
Is it real winning chances? That's a different discussion, right? It's a two-result game. I think Levon will be happy seeing a move like bishop b4, really just playing for two results for the rest of the day. And Fabi will say, well, I'll hold.
I did something wrong earlier. Yeah. I'm trying to bail.
Yeah, this is my punishment. I'm going to have to suffer for the rest of 3 hours.
Exactly.
Defending this 4 versus 3 in a good day.
Yep. Quickly, let's take a quick look at the other game between our tournament leader, Bogdan. When we left it, we had expected this bishop to kind of exert itself a little bit over the night. We didn't know how big White's winning chances were. Whoa, knight e5, rook to d5. Okay, for some strange reason, I had it in my mind that bishop a6 was going to be played absolutely. He played rook to d5, and after rook d5...
Shock is thinking.
Why do we need to encourage h6? What's the thinking behind... now rook e1? With the idea that you could play rook e8, I was going to tickle you here? No, that doesn't make sense.
No, that's not good for black. And the only...
pardon me? Why is it not good for black?
You have still a trick.
I have trickies.
You have trickies.
Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing anything today. But look at the time difference.
7 minutes for White.
He only has 10 moves to make, so I'm not that worried for him in this endgame. I'm worried that he might spoil the advantage, but I'm never really going to be worried that he's worse.
But he did play the move rook on d6 to d5. You can't, unless you're Fabiano and you want to jettison a pawn, you can't play knight takes c4 and allow the Zwischenzug rook takes g5, two-result game, as you would say, Alejandro. But after h7, h6...
What happens if I take?
Really?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Oh, man.
Not that curious. I would never play in a real game, but
no.
I was actually playing like rook c8, and then you pile. It's better for White, but again, how much?
We don't know. Maurice, what do you got first?
Well, because I was as perplexed as you guys, why did Anish play a move like bishop to e4 if he didn't have a follow-up? I mean, he's too strong. It doesn't make sense. So I decided to go dig a little bit. In this position, the bishop has to move. The bishop has to be actually careful where it moves to. The move bishop to b1 looks very logical. I'll play it here. Rook to g6, threatening big-time noise on this f3 square. Bishop to g3, and now bishop takes b1, rook takes b1, and now knight to e4. The move that we were expecting from before. This rook still is hanging on this square. The bishop is hanging also on g3. Now you can play bishop to f4, but then suddenly queen takes on f3, and this square g2 is under threat. It's pinned, so the queen can get away with this. The move queen d5 check is a follow-up, followed by queen to c6, hitting the rook. But it turns out that this rook can just hide somewhere, getting out of the way. And now black is saying, okay, you can take my pawn on c7, but I'm going to start an attack. Oh, sorry, not in this position. My fault. Sorry. Here, okay, let's get back to here. First, I have to play rook to e1. First, rook to e1 guarding. Now, ignoring everything and letting you take on c7. And now the move h4. And black is saying this position is really, really good for me. Now, that's a lot of moves ahead that we're looking, but it is a problem if you put your bishop on b1 that now your rook on e2 is actually hanging, which allows the knight to sneak in to the e4 square. If you put the bishop on c2, however...
But bishop b1's been played.
Wow. So maybe this depends on how quickly Anish plays his next move.
Bishop b1, rook g6
and
on
rook
the board.
g6. And so this is what I was saying, trying to guess at what Anish was thinking. It looks like this might have been what he saw, as opposed to the what looked more devastating, which was the knight e4 directly after rook g6 line, rook g6 or rook h6. But with this line of play, maybe Anish has spotted this type of variation and realizes that he's going to have some real chances. The bishop belonged on c2, not b1. With it on b1, the rook will be dragged away, and the rook on e2 will be hanging. On b1, the rook on, let me just put it on the board so I can show you what I mean. In this square, when you play bishop takes, the rook takes and leaves, and the queen is guarding the rook on d1, so you don't have to worry about any kind of knight e4 demonstration in this position because there's no queen takes on d1 that's going to be possible. So that nuance of where you put your bishop, c2 or b1, highly mattered. And in this case, Lupulescu did not spot the difference and put it on b1, and now Anish has some tricks.
And that trick, once again, is that in the game, bishop g3, you get to take on b1 and knight e4, and that's some nibble going on there for Anish. Let's take a look at our standings and take a break, Alejandro.
2 draws today between Teimur Rajabov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a draw that, well, was not exciting at all. Then a little bit of more theory with Christian drawing Wesley So. And that means that all of them are on 50%, 1.5 out of 3. It is Bogdan Daniel Deak that is trying to push a small but existing edge against Mamedyarov. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana is actually on the opposite end of the draw. He's the one that's trying to equalize against Levon Aronian, but tough to say what's going to happen there. Meanwhile, it's still Konstantin Lupulescu and Anish Giri that are fighting in that sharp position. And we're going to take a small break before the time pressure comes around, but don't go anywhere. We have more lessons from KasparovChess.com, and this one is actually by one of our commentators. Take a look.
White has the makings of a good attack here. Aggressive pawn on e5, a knight on e4 that could get over to the side very easily, and a rook and bishop well posted, and of course, as always, a queen that's eyeing the king side. But it doesn't really feel like it should be over like that. So Black played bishop to c6, looking for some kind of trade. Well, White showed that the attack is actually much more potent than it looks, and played the move knight to f6 with check. Really a fantastic move in this position. You can't move the king because it's mate in 1, so you must capture. And now queen to g3 with check, king to h8, and e takes on f6. The threat is mate on g7. Your queen is also under attack. If queen takes on f6 and bishop to e5, give me the queen. And what else can you do with your queen actually being attacked right now and there's a mate threat? Well, there's only one thing Black could do, and it was played. The move bishop takes on g2 with check. The point is that king takes is terrible now because the queen releases itself from a threat with this check, and also this rook is under attack, so White would actually be losing in this position. However, White was calm and played queen takes on g2 with the same 2 threats of mate and the queen on e7, so Black was forced to capture now on f6. But at least there's no bishop to e5 immediately. But White continued with bishop to g5, trying to get to the f6 square. So Black had to play queen to g6, and after bishop f6 check, now king g8. Now how do you press this attack? White did it in style with the move rook to f5, a gorgeous move, hitting the bishop on c5 and also threatening rook to g5 with death. Black had no choice here, since rook to e8 allows a simple trade, and thank you very much for the bishop. So Black had to play bishop to e3, guarding the g5 square, and now a retreating move, rook to f3, a stylish move, preparing to play rook g3, and of course also attacking his bishop once more. Black can trade and then defend the bishop, also lifting the mate, but it doesn't help because rook to g3 check, king f8, bishop to g7 check, dragging the king back to the g8 square, and now bishop to h6 with check. And now after the king moves, White will be able to pocket a whole bishop Just a beautiful extended combination played with pure precision by white. In this next position, white has captured a pawn on e5 and thought that by backing up with the knight and threatening the bishop on c5, that the pawn that he stole would have just been fine and maybe somehow develop the pieces later. Well, there will be no later because the attack is going to roll on in style, starting with bishop to g4, attacking the queen on d1. Don't try f3 because knight takes on f3 is a discovered check as well. So double check, in fact. And after king to h1, knight takes on h2 is a discovered attack on the queen, and the rook is hanging and the king side has been blown up. That meant that after bishop to g4, white had to move the queen out of the way. Not really sensing any danger though, until the move knight to f3 check landed on the board with a thud. You have to capture this piece because your queen is being attacked as well. So g takes on f3, and now bishop takes on f3. Now there is no immediate instantaneous checkmate, but it's clear what black wants to do. Move this knight somewhere and then bring the queen into the game to deliver the final blow. White played h3, trying to get the king some kind of hiding space, but now knight to g4, and there is going to be no hiding place. And here comes the queen on an aggressive square. What to do about this now? White brought a knight over to try to protect that side. Here came the queen, and now knight d to f4, guarding the critical h3 square with a knight. Now black has a bunch of pieces lurking, as you can see. A knight on g4, a bishop on f3, the bishop on c5 is in the act. The queen would just love to get to either g3 or h3, but these knights are the problem. So what did black do? g5. Let's get the knights out of there. d4 was played, and now g takes on f4. The threat is to take on h3. Remember, takes is not possible because this is queen h1 mate. So what to do here? The knight took on f4, and now bishop takes on d4. And once again, the queen to g3 check is coming. In this case, it's unstoppable. Nothing to do. In fact, bishop to e3 to stop it would be met by bishop to e5. Once again, threatening to remove the knight. This would be the second knight, and then take on h3, and then checkmate. This game is over. c3 was played, queen to g3 with check, and white resigned. A fantastic attack, all begun by that knight to f3 move, but of course, based on the fact that black had that great lead in development.
And we come back to another result as a draw is about to happen, if it not has already happened, between the players of Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, two of the reigning favorites of the tournament. Fabi, and they have drawn their game. Fabi, we didn't like his opening, but he apparently found a couple of clever resources. We overestimated Levon's advantage with the extra pawn that we were analyzing. The computer saying there was actually no problems there whatsoever.
After bishop b4?
After bishop b4 for the black side. Levon agreed, and the vacuum cleaner was taken out with a slight side of a tornado. All of the pawns, all of the pieces came off the board, and the final position is the one that you see. They found the thrilling repetition, king h1, king h8, king g1, king g8, and the players finished with a draw. That puts currently Fabiano Caruana on the pole position with 2 points out of 3, waiting, of course, on the result of Bogdan Deac and Mamed Yarov. Meanwhile, another person that can catch Fabi would be Anish Giri, who is currently trying to press against Constantin Lupulescu, who is low on time, and perhaps that is the game that we should be focusing on.
During our break, that was in fact the game that we were focused on. After this move, knight e4, we were looking. Also, Dennis Boros came in to assist. We were looking at rook e1, takes on g3, takes on g3, e4. We had a very funny.
I think it's queen d5.
Queen d5 for check first.
Yeah, you wanted to play queen d5 before you took back on g3.
Okay.
And the reason was that you didn't allow this queen f7.
And then we had, we were having some fun
So
looking
this
at
sequence
this.
is actually inaccurate. Yes, you have to.
Okay, I apologize.
Just one move prior if you go back.
After knight takes g3, we should play check immediately.
Right. So
Yeah,
one
but
move,
you have to not take on. There you go.
Well, here we go. Now, first the check.
First
so
the
there's
check.
no queen f7 right now.
Otherwise, you're just up a pawn as black. So you have to
So
push the
first
king
you throw
away.
this, and now you do it.
Now you go h takes g3, and black
On
is
rook
more or
g3.
less obligated to take on g3. But this move, e4,
Taking advantage of the pin.
Along the fifth rank, and we were looking at queen f3. And now we stymied ourselves for just a moment because we wanted to take e4 takes f5, but we would fall into a rather devilish trick. I hope our viewers can see what black would answer e4 takes f5 with, and the correct answer was rook takes g2 check, which is why we played queen takes
play out
f5.
that line though, yes.
Okay.
Just for some of the viewers.
E takes, rook takes g2 check.
Cross pin, if you will.
Yeah, you've got to capture.
Basically just a pin.
And then whoop, takes, and then it's all black.
Yeah.
2 pawns up.
And
in the
that king.
position
Yeah, that king's going to get mated.
Mating attack
Yes,
as well.
exactly. So that was why we had in this position to play the move queen takes f5.
No, queen f5 doesn't work because the rook takes g2.
Rook g2 still.
It's still rook g2.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Play out the line and queen
That's
takes f5, and
beautiful.
again 2 extra pawns.
So
as
rook
well.
takes g2 defeats us twice?
Yeah, the key move was queen f7. We settled on.
Exactly.
You have to kick out the rook from the e file so that there is no pressure on the e1 rook indirectly, and only then you can take on f5. It's a little bit of fantasy chess, well, honestly, guys. You're still down a pawn at the end of the line. I know the engine says it's all good, it's all equal. It wouldn't be my first instinct calculating this variation. My first instinct when I calculate this variation is like, why didn't I put my bishop on c2? Why did I put it on b1? Don't you ever feel like that like a chess player?
Oh,
where you
gosh,
couldn't
yes.
make a decision and your opponent shows you why the decision you made was considerably worse?
You're right.
I hate when that happens.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah,
It's a
94
terrible
really
feeling.
remarking on how bishop b1 was such a worse move than bishop c2. And I don't know, rook b1 the computer shows, but it's not really my instinct.
Well, the problem, as Maurice pointed out earlier, is that if we do move the bishop, any bishop move, like, for example, bishop f4, we were running into queen f3,
Yeah.
and we simply didn't like it. I think we actually continued the line for some moves here. It was like this...
Rook
it's-
be1 played
and
by
then-
Lupulescu.
And then it was like h5, and we went down a rabbit hole.
See, the
Therefore,
thing is, if you actually lose f3 as opposed to any other pawn, I can stop calculating. The knight on e4 is
it's
just going to be an advantage.
Right, right.
So he has to give up another pawn that's not that one. Rook b1 is played. Kind of assume
Defending the rook and
That's
threatening
right.
to take the knight.
I assume rook g3 is nothing. We probably can just take knight takes g3, and I guess you just move the rook to d2.
Well,
It's a check,
queen h1
but
check is just
you
a
just move
single
away.
check. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything here.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. He's got to find queen d5 check right now, which is not extremely difficult to find.
Yeah, he has to not
Because-
take, because he has taken on g3 with the knight, he cannot take immediately. He has to play queen d5 check first, and he has played queen d5
Kudos
check.
to him for seeing that nuance, queen d5 check, forcing that king to move. Well, he could also move a rook and self-pin, but
No.
nobody's going to do that.
I think it's something that I don't know exactly where or when I got attuned to it, but I became aware of this Zug, and then I became absolutely enamored with it. And I was always looking for these Zugs. But let's go to Romania, as Christian is with Fabi.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I'm here with world number 2 Fabiano Caruana after a tense yet peaceful in the end game. Fabiano, take us first of all through the game.
Yeah, I think I probably surprised him with my choice of opening. But
You mean taking on c4?
Yeah, the
Queen's Gambit.
QGA is, I mean, it's also not the most popular line, this knight c6 line, although it's pretty decent. Yeah, this is a good move.
Did he surprise you with this move, knight e5?
I knew it exists. I was kind of hoping, because I didn't know the move too well. I mean, there's usually people go for these positions, I think. But it's a bit better for white. Or I guess I could take on e5. But I wasn't sure about this ending, like take, knight d7, f4, b5, bishop b2, and then like bishop b7, he'll play b3 to stop the movement on my pawns, I thought at least, and then slowly bishop b2, a4.
We were actually looking at something similar, and in this position, not even play the move f4, but rather sacrifice the pawn with the move bishop to e2.
Yeah, I didn't
b3.
Didn't think about this.
This was actually Almira's proposition, this very interesting bishop to e2.
This looks kind of bizarre to just give up the pawn, but maybe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on in this position, but for some reason I thought queen c7 a bit more direct, a bit more forcing. I mean, he's sort of obligated, if he wants to fight for an advantage, to go for this. And I thought the position should be okay. Yeah, it's very important that queen f3 have bishop b7 and I equalize.
And if he takes on f6, you take with the pawn.
Yeah, I have to. But this, I mean, I actually don't think he wants to go for, because
you're probably better at this point.
My pawns, yeah, they're a bit damaged, but I have the queenside majority, which is more important, and I have a lot of development. So I think we played correctly. Okay, I wasn't entirely sure. I mean, this is also possible. But then after a4, I'll probably have to play b4, and I didn't want to fix my structure like this, so I thought rook b8 is a bit more flexible. Yeah, after the game he actually mentioned a4 instead of e4, but I don't know exactly what the difference is compared to the game. Like, either way I take, I think at some point he'll have to play e4, so I don't know.
Have you considered, I think it was here that Almira proposed this idea with bishop to d2, to try to force you to play b4.
Yeah, if I have to play b4, then this is a great move. Yeah, bishop d6, the problem is he gets bishop c6, so I should probably develop like this and put my queen somewhere, I guess here. Yeah, I mean, these things actually, he doesn't really catch. I was seeing like similar positions. He doesn't catch the rook, but I also don't really want to to put my rook on f6. But it's like if I get castle and bishop d6, I do extricate my rook.
Definitely still playable.
Yeah, of course it's not a pleasant position. I mean, obviously something didn't go quite right. But I mean, e4 is also I think the most natural move. Maybe not the most accurate, but the most natural. Yeah, so he thought for an enormous amount of time here, and I probably started to like get a bit too clever, because at first I wanted to take with the pawn naturally. Rook a7, bishop e6, which is I think a nice tactical point, is that if he goes for this, which looks like it wins a piece, I have rook d8 and I end up a pawn. But I saw this move rook a6, and I didn't see exactly how to free my pieces. I thought rook d8, queen h5, and I was getting worried about this. But now I see the valuation says I'm totally fine, so my worry...
Well, mostly because of tactics, right? c4 you take, and then he cannot take on b5 because of
queen f2, yeah. Yeah, maybe this is the right way to have played. Because if he plays like in the game, I can play rook b6 or a number of moves, and I have just a much better version compared to what I got, which was rather unpleasant, I thought. I just missed bishop d2 when I played rook b6, and I thought that if I go for this, or queen 6 back, he anyway plays bishop d2, and
this seems quite unpleasant.
Yeah, so I thought, okay, my position got sad, but it's not, I guess, so bad. I mean,
were you worried at any point?
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit worried after rook f3, but I decided just to not try to get out of this tactically, but just try to systematically trade pieces and hope that the drawing margin is large enough. But yeah, somewhere here, like, he shouldn't trade on g6, because one of his main things is that he has the kingside majority, which can actually start moving. So he should do maybe something like he did in the game, or maybe queen h5, but something to try to trade the bishops, and then play f45 and f5. And after this, there is really no more. This plan doesn't exist anymore because I control the f5 square. And yeah, maybe it's still unpleasant, but I was happy when I saw this, because the drawing margin suddenly becomes really huge, like any of these.
I think this bishop b4 was a very nice way to simplify the position.
Yeah, I don't really, like I can maybe play something like this and it might eventually be a draw, but I still have some weak pawns and I really want to get rid of his great bishop. So I'd rather not suffer, and I thought, okay, this should clean the game up.
A good result for you. Who do you have tomorrow?
I don't know.
And what is your strategy with the white pieces? Are you going to go for
I think I might have a double black, actually.
Double black?
I think so. I need to check. I don't know who I play against, but I think I have a double black.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you, Fabio.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Fabi. And indeed, Fabi's right. He does have a double black.
He plays against Wesley So with the black pieces tomorrow, but forget about that for now. We have action in the Geary game as Lupulescu up to the task so far. He's found all of the correct moves that we had been mentioning to you guys. This queen d5 check intermediate, the king had to go to h8, and it was this key idea of e4, queen takes f3, and the move that's landed in front of Geary's position, the move queen f7. Geary has played the move rook g8. Not a lot of choices here. The queen is taking the rook with checkmate. Don't really have time to do anything else. Rook g8 already on the board, and I believe that you can take on f5 now that there is no rook. And yes, e takes f5 on the board. Double-edged position still. You can see that both kings in somewhat of danger. There could be ideas of queen takes g8 if you're not careful.
Yes,
I don't know when it might work.
Right, but yeah, you also don't want to just move your queen away from the g2 square and allow rook to e8 when that might be a lights-out counterattack.
Right.
You got like white here. I mean, I understand that you're down a pawn, but white's pieces are fully organized.
Exactly, and c7 is hanging, and rook
and
e8.
c7 is hanging.
Maybe on a really, really good day, you've got the queen g8 ideas.
Yeah, but that's a really good day. I'm actually trying to make it work, but it
I
never
don't
works.
see it exactly.
Never works.
That's actually a really bad day for you.
Yeah.
Not a good day for you. But no, this position, white looks great. Compared to what white had moves ago,
Yes.
Suffering in his own
territory
stuff. I mean, it's fantastic now. It's like freedom. Thank you for doubled rooks organized. I'm even thinking f6, but I guess you can stop that. But you know, like you said, you're sacking your queen. You're sacking your queen.
Yeah.
How do you even dream and fantasize of that a few moves ago? No way, no how. And rook e7, rook e8 if you're not careful as Geary. And the c7 pawn is dropping, followed by the b6 pawn will drop. Suddenly white will have three pawns thinking we can create some passers. This suddenly, three results erupted from a position where Geary had a forced win virtually. If he had just found the knight e4, rook g6 and knight to e4, not bishop to e4 many moves ago. So a complete turnaround in this game. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the game Geary, is it Geary versus...
Deac?
No. It's MVL versus Deac. It's MVL versus Deac where MVL was rocking and popping and just needed to find the moves. Missed the defense. B3 was the heroic defense, and then the game turned around. Now, I don't expect Geary to collapse the way Maxime collapsed. Geary's a much more stable type person. So I don't expect that at all. But it's a turnaround and a great defense, again, by someone they thought they were just going to dominate. But speaking of a player who used to know how to dominate, we have Christian with a very special guest.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Of course, I'm here with a very, very special guest. That is the mastermind behind the Grand Chess Tour, Garry Kasparov. Garry, welcome back to the show. What do you think about the games today? I know we've had a few quick draws. Talk a little bit about that, and how do you feel about those quick draws?
Not much of the show today.
Not much of it.
Let's be honest. So I'm a bit upset that fighting opening as Grunfeld now is turned to be another drawish desert, or it's you saw this the same draw that they make regular now was this perpetual check. So we saw today. How many games we already saw just making this?
Already two of them.
Yeah,
two of them at least.
Yeah, but it's
and in other
online
yes.
tournaments, it's just
yes.
now it becomes very fashionable now. So, and of course we have Berlin. So that's another drawish desert. So yeah, thanks God we had two Romanian players. But I have to say that Aronian tried against Fabi. Yeah, well, but it was too close. I think he missed something in the opening. I never had a chance of spending more time, but it seemed to me that when he played d5 and took on d5, this what was the moment? This
when he took on b5.
Yeah, but this is something that is just it seems to me that this pot position probably should offer white some hopes for an edge. I don't know how. So that's the.
It definitely felt like there's still some life.
Some life, yeah.
We were discussing this move bishop to d2 to try to kind of provoke
something. Yeah, it's only visual. So visually, this is white still has bishop in the center. But the problem is, unless you achieve something soon. Then, as Fabi did, just he develops the pieces, puts, all of them are protected, no weaknesses, no knights, so that's why you cannot, explore this the weak squares. So bishop on d5 is not the same as a knight on d5. And Fabi easily equalized. So yeah, it just brings us back to two Romanian games.
And speaking of that, what did you think of this moment at this point, somewhere around this position, after Mamediyarov played the move knight to e1, king to f1, knight to f3, and instead of repeating the position, the young Romanian decided to actually go h3 and try for a victory. Do you feel this is the right approach? This is the right attitude to have?
Look, thank God, we have one more game to discuss. Yep. Yeah. I don't know. He played h3 and Mamediyarov played g5. So why did he play h4?
That is actually a very good question.
No, I understand. Somehow it creates a square. There's extra square here, just on g4 for black. But long term, the end game. So
Gary, I think the Anish game is down to the last 1 minute, and they want us to look at this one because Anish, 1 minute left. Still quite a complicated position. f6 might come on the board.
Complicated?
Well, the position might open up at some point.
It did open up already, but it seems to me that Anish, he missed his chance. So this is not, At one point, I felt that he had him on the ropes. He had a very promising position, more time. Yeah, somewhere there. So this is the moment. So I thought, oh, that's the moment.
Yep.
So that's the moment because look, White has two bishops. That's just typically it's just it's an advantage, but this bishop is not doing much on d2. Bishop on d3 is also, it's quite passive. Knight on c5, though it's a very dominant position, and the bishop on b7 is very strong. And of course, that's the f pawn on f5, keeps this white pawn on e3 at bay, and black has potentially attack on the big diagonal, plus the pressure on e-file. And somehow the knight could probably at one point can attack the queen. Knight e6 can go on g5. And I just thought, Giri had him.
And this type of position.
And rook e2, and I don't know. Just the queen h5 looks most natural to me. I don't know why he just spent so. But after king h5 bishop f1, I think it's just could he play rook g6 here?
Yeah, definitely. That's
rook g6 and bishop g3 and now knight e4.
Yep.
Knight e4. That was more natural. That's what I thought. Yeah, you still have this bishop. I mean, look at this bishop and look at that bishop on d3. So this bishop is there. Why to exchange it?
This was the winning sequence.
That actually doesn't machine c5.
Maybe not winning,
c5,
but c5 is such a difficult move to make.
Yeah, but but again, it seems to me that this position is so so bad. Oh, by the way, machine actually recommends here rook h6. Actually, this is the same idea, but
the same idea.
Rook h6, bishop g3, and now knight
to e4.
Knight e4, yes. Ooh, that's it. Because now that's it.
And now you have to do something along the lines.
Yeah, but then you
position.
see the difference between this bishop on b7, and this bishop on g3. So it's still plenty of fight, but it's.
And right now, I think we have this position on the board, and wow, Anish just blundered.
Anish.
So he takes f5, queen to c6, rook to f2, queen to c5. Guys, they're telling us that we should go back to the commentators. Gary, once again, thank you very much for joining us.
Ooh,
yes. Back to you in the studio, guys.
We have breaking news. The game has turned around completely, Maurice, as there's a great tactical opportunity for White. Take us through it.
And I made that point. I said it feels like deja vu all over again. You get that great position. You're hunting your player down. You think you're doing well. Then all of a sudden he defends extremely well. And we saw MVO collapse under the pressure yesterday against one Romanian. And now Geary has collapsed against the other. And in this position, the move rook to e7 is blisteringly just ferocious. The threat is f6, rook g5, f6. And what are you supposed to do in this position as White is fully organized, down a pawn still, but is the one on the attack here? What to do? Like, how do you even begin to defend? Your c7 pawn is hanging, g7 at some point. A queen sack is starting to show up. Queen takes on g8 with f7 and rook e8 mate are possible. For example, if I just make a, if I make a random move,
a4.
Like a4, for example, then you suddenly get hit by
Queen
this
g8.
sacrifice, and f7, and that's all she wrote is rook e8 is going to be checkmate. The game is over. White is winning in this position.
Maurice, he has to avoid temptation. I almost fell for this. I was
Rook
thinking
E8.
rook e8 wins, and then he forgot of rook g2, king h1. But rook g2, king h1, there's rook h2.
Nasty moves.
Nasty.
Oh. The point is you can't play king takes because this is hanging, and of course you play rook takes, then queen c6 check picks off your rook on e8. So a dynamic, exciting moment. It's how much time? He has 6 minutes on the clock, folks. Right here at queen c5. He just has to not play rook e8, play rook e7 instead. And if he does that, this is game over. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I just can't defend.
Story after story just happening here for the Romanians. This would be an incredible shock. And he's found rook e7.
Rook
He's
e7.
played rook to e7, and look at how confident he is.
Yeah.
Sitting back knowing, oh, buddy, we know about this one. Again, down a pawn is White, but it doesn't matter because we had said it. The activity of White's pieces, they'd gotten organized. And once pieces are organized, it's a whole different ball game, and White is now completely winning.
And the time.
Collapsing.
And the
1 minute.
we did see
1
that
minute,
coming.
22 seconds, living on the increment, basically. f6, unstoppable threat. What do you even do in this position? Do you try, like, queen d4 and hope there's a perpetual?
H6. I'm not even sure what I would do here as black, but queen d4 makes sense.
Queen d4.
But it doesn't do anything because h5's covered. You just play f6
But
and you
here
ignore
I could
me.
play rook e8.
No,
and there's no
rook
queen
e8 is
c6.
back. That's the problem.
Ah, rook
is
e8, you don't
back.
have queen c6.
That's right, there's no rook g2 tactic anymore. Queen d4, rook e8, and you're done.
That's it?
It's incredible. What a moment.
Queen d4, rook e8.
Oh.
And he played queen d4.
I told you, queen d4 is the move that makes sense.
And now if he finds rook e8, it's Johnny ball game. Will he or won't he? How could you have two?
But it's f6. No, f6 you just take it, right? No, what do you do after f6 actually?
f6, h7 is mate. You can't just take it.
And I'm still threatening queen g8. Is there something wrong with f6?
No, f6 is also
No,
very.
F6
I'm not worried about rook g2 being a perpetual.
f6 rook.
X6
Yeah, you might
allows
be.
rook takes g2.
And then I take on f6 with check, with the rook on g8.
Discover check.
Right.
Correct.
Oh, and then the rook joins the fray. You have to give up the queen. And then
there
black's
should be
probably
a
better,
bit-
actually.
By the way, Geary was losing to Dayak.
Yeah.
Yes.
If rook f5 was
Over-
fine. So
yeah.
f6 right now could be a turnaround for Geary if he plays.
Rook g.
If Constantine plays f6 right now, suddenly Geary's back again, second life.
Right.
and will have saved it twice.
But if he plays rook e8,
but if he plays rook e8, it's the coffin.
Yeah, but
You're
rook
done.
e8 is easy at
Rook
this
e8,
point. The rook comes back to guard from the perpetuals. Rook takes g2, king takes g2, queen g4 check, king f1. You have to check on d1. There's no way you perpetual me with queen h3. The rook says, oh, time to come back to the game. That's an extra full rook.
We can show that line. Let's show it. Let's analyze it.
So we're expecting rook e8.
And now the rook g2 idea doesn't work because king takes, queen g4 check is the way you would try to. King f1 can be played, and now queen to d1, which would be the mechanism, is now easily answered by rook dropping back. Hello, two rooks guarding, and you have no perpetual mechanism, just down a rook in this position, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah,
so he just has to put the rook. Will he reach for the rook and go to e8 or f6, guys? That's where we are right now.
And he's down to just a few minutes on the clock himself. Is he reaching for the f-pawn, or is he reaching for his rook?
No. Will he or won't he?
Oh,
rook
e8! He found the winning move. He found the winning move.
It's resignation time.
Giri collapsing from
I
a
told
much
you,
superior, but look at his expression.
It felt like yesterday, all over again, the same thing happened. MVL with an attack collapsed against Deac, against big defense, and Giri doing the same thing. Those strong players thinking they can go after the Romanians. Let's hunt down the Romanians. They're the weakies.
Right.
And they are getting punched back in the face.
Exactly.
It's going to be 3 leaders, 2 of them the lowest seed.
No.
Let's go just coming back from a.
He's coming back.
He's coming back from a loss.
From a loss, that's true.
Right.
But I'm surprised Giri playing like this in this tournament, over pushing against Deac, certainly over pushing here against Lupulescu.
No, he didn't overpress.
Against Deac, for sure.
No, I'm talking about this game. Giri played a model game.
And he's played rook takes g2.
He played a model game. The sequence got away from him. The guy defended. He played bishop e4 instead of knight e4. And then when he thought he was doing some stuff, the guy defended like a genius and stopped everything. And then he was just suddenly in an equal position, and then he just collapsed. He played well until he blundered.
He's played king h2. I mean, why not repeat once?
Yeah, for the time control.
I don't know if there's another way of winning.
Maybe he does have a point. Maybe he does have a point. King h2, queen h4 check, king g1.
I don't know if it changes much.
Where's the drawing mechanism? I guess it's still queen
g4
check.
The only advantage would be to throw in the move rook g2, but I have to calculate queen d1 or queen d4. I don't want to calculate anything. I'm up a rook in the other line. Just put the king on f1. Call it a day.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Wow, what a turnaround we're witnessing. And by the way, we have just one other game that we just want to take a quick gander at. Yes.
Yeah, sure. You can get back to Gary now, for sure. In this situation, I'm sure he's got a lot of things to say about this position. And about the collapse in particular. Let's go to Romania.
Let's go to Romania and Gary.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Gary, and we've been discussing this position. Gary, what do you think about Anish's reaction to this whole situation?
Look, I mean, I can explain what's happened. So he was very comfortable. He had great position of the opening. You know, he could build up his pressure, and at one point, I think he lost control of the game because he wanted to win in just instantly. So this is the moment we discussed when he played Queen h5. So all of a sudden, he began spending time. I mean, this is position is winning. We discussed it, or nearly winning. But this is problem. It's winning, but not winning. So this is, you still need to find the right moves, and you have to be cautious because White has some resources. And I think he got nervous because he believed that he had to beat these two Romanians. Now he nearly escaped in round 1. And now he said, oh, okay, now I got him because the look at the position is so good, and I will definitely finish him off. And when he played bishop e4, and he already missed some of his advantage. And then when Lupulescu found this counterplay with queen d5 and e4, I think Giri got angry with himself. He was behind in time. Position all of a sudden became complicated, and it's very difficult to change, to change to rebuild your mind because you already, you're on offensive. You had an advantage. You pushed and now you have to defend. Position. We knew position was here. Was after e4 or what? This is the after e4. It's still okay for black, but it's very different. Now white, that was passive all the whole game was passive. They didn't, the white pieces didn't cross.
Now his pieces are more advanced.
Exactly, because the whole game, I think, is just the queen d5 was the first move, I think, for white. Exactly, over the fourth line. So and all of a sudden, this is crossed and there were threats and when he got his queen on f7, I think he simply panicked and then he saw this trick, nice trick, rook e8, queen, rook h2 check, king h1, rook h2 check, and he said, oh, maybe that's my chance. And then after rook e7, it's over and.
He was talking about this in round number 1. He was trying to understand how much risk he can take against these two underdogs, let's say, the two Romanian players. How do you quantify that whenever you're playing and whenever you're preparing against a weaker opposition?
Look, it's not just about risk. It's about just recognizing that it's you just have to make good moves.
Yeah.
So. He took risk in round 1 by playing risky opening. It's a very sharp position, and deck had a lot of play with white. So that was risky, and he nearly escaped. Today he was not in the mood of taking any risk, and. What kind of risk? Again, what we saw, all white pieces were just they haven't crossed the fourth rank.
The ideal setup.
Yeah, exactly. And Giri now a very, very comfortable position with many choices. So to improve this, to do this or that, and then when he reached the point where he had to deliver. So it's about finding sort of the move that could change better position for not maybe winning, but to a position where your advantage becomes very tangible. So he put the wrong piece on e4, so he had to look for knight e4, but he just he didn't want probably to remove knight on c5, and he played bishop e4, and then he won the pawn. But you saw what's happening. He won the pawn, but all of a sudden, all white pieces that were absolutely passive now became active, especially these two rooks. They just, had nothing to do, so they were just sitting in ambush. It reminds me of my game with Karpov, game 24, when I played with black, rook e7, rook e8, so two rooks, just behind the pawn. Yes. So, and all of a sudden, these rooks now, they got an open file, and while, Giri's attack against the king, white king, went bust, because his rook on g3 is just doing absolutely nothing. So it's just rook on f2 protects it, and then just, white organized attack. And he had not enough time to shift gears and just start thinking about how to save the game. Just to he was still I think it's under impression that maybe I have a chance, and that's how he played queen c6, queen c5, and got.
Speaking of that, you were mentioning at some point that he spent a lot of time on one particular move. I think it was queen to h5, which he spent 20 minutes. Can you spend 20 minutes in this type of super complicated position and then still take the right decisions?
He played very quickly, but again, he was trying to find out how to convert his promising position into something something real. And I'm sure it was not about queen h5, but it's about next moves. So what's the next move? Because bishop e1 is natural, but white only chance to survive is to bring bishop on g3, because otherwise they will be crashed. With queen a5, rook g6, it's over. So here I'm sure Giri was thinking about what's my next move, and he didn't figure it out. So we know that rook h6, knight e4 was the best one. Yeah, but he just looked for bishop e4, and it's probably still that black had some edge, but Lupulescu found the best move, bishop e1, and it defended.
He did indeed. How do you feel about the games so far, and what are you looking forward to the next few rounds?
Look, I hope that we'll see some real show. Definitely all the players can.
Speaking of the show, actually, he just resigned.
Yes. Yeah. Look, we expect from these great players, a real show, games that could be entertaining, and so far we saw very little from the elite players, and everything that happened in the tournament happened in the games played by two Romanian players. By the way, this is also Droyas.
The other one is still being played on.
Yeah. Okay.
They're still fighting.
I'm curious. Who's fighting? Actually,
probably Bogdan.
No, are you sure?
I don't see how Mamediyarov can hope for anything at this point. But
yeah.
Maybe to catch the rook somehow.
Yes,
doesn't feel likely.
It doesn't. Yes, yes.
Maybe
but again,
take an h4.
Yeah, but at least they're playing.
They're playing. Yes, yes.
They are playing, and okay. What I hope is that we'll have some fun, in other games, not only in the games of Romanian players.
We're definitely looking forward to more exciting games. Thank you, Gary, once again for joining us and blessing us with your analysis.
Yes. Okay.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Christian. What a turnaround game this has been. Anish Giri overpressing or just not feeling the moment. That move, Queen D4, overlooking the power of Rook E8, and
it wasn't just Queen D4. It was allowing White to get that position. Kudos to Lupulescu finding some amazing resources. Queen D5, Queen E4, Queen F7 sequence, very well calculated. Put Giri under some sort of psychological pressure to do something with this position. And he mentioned it himself, Giri, when he was talking about his game against Deac, where he felt he was in the stronger position, he is the better player, and at some point they reach a position in which those things, they don't really hold any value. You're not better. Your opponent's 2650. They can figure out the complications. Blunders, and Lupulescu, first win of the tournament.
Absolutely. Very, very nicely done, Maurice.
And the very next day, after something basically the exact same thing happened yesterday, a Romanian player under pressure, a strong player, MVL against Deac, superstar plays this move, G4, and I called it the move of a chess god, an incredible move, beautifully played, a vicious attack brewing on the light squares. Again, the light squares were the theme today as well. And we said, yeah, this looks like it's gonna be over. And B3, big time defensive idea that made MVL not as comfortable in this position he took. And after king to h8, g5, knight g8, queen d5, bishop d6, rook h3, and g6, and MVL started scratching his head. How do I beat this guy? Why isn't he dead already? I'm supposed to have been winning by now. And then he blundered horribly with queen to d3, allowing rook to f5, and the game turned around, and it was a full-scale collapse from that moment, and he ended up losing. That was a trend. You're better, maybe even winning, thinks you're playing a weaker opponent. This should just be over and done. Didn't happen, and then he collapsed. And I said just a little while ago, maybe Giri's going to be a bit more solid than MVL. Maybe his reaction will be different to the turnaround. The reaction was the exact same thing, blundering after getting a great position against a weaker opponent, and he went down and lost as well. Guys, imagine this back to back. I mean, one day to the next. And as Gary said, without the Romanian players, we could have a bunch of draws. They're carrying the tournament right now in the interest, and I cannot imagine how it's just fire buzzing right now in Bucharest.
I think we've got to stop calling them weaker players and just lower-rated players. These guys got some good moves.
No, you can see it in the quality of their resources, not collapsing under pressure. Such a tough thing to do when you're playing these monsters. Handling the clock, handling the situation, and saying, look, you mess up, I got my chances. Lupulescu with the win, Deac also winning in this tournament, whereas some players, I think they've played a total of 30 moves of chess.
Yeah, in particular, Timur today, something's not right there because, just giving up a draw so easy with the white pieces, I don't like it. Let's go back to Romania with Christian. Christian.
Thank you very much, Yasser. I'm here with the #1 Romanian player in the world, Constantin Lupulescu. Constantin, first of all, what an amazing victory, what an amazing comeback after yesterday's loss. Take us through the game, and first of all, tell us how you feel right now.
Yeah, great. Okay, a bit shocked because somehow I was worse, and then suddenly I came back, and okay. I think he missed queen f7.
Is this the victory against the highest rated player ever?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Take us through the game. Let's start from the beginning. Did he surprise you with his opening choice?
Not really. So, okay, he played some games so far. So, queen c2, I was not sure where he's going to go. So, bishop c3, queen c3, queen e7, this was all normal. d4, knight e4, queen d3, d4, knight d4, knight c5, queen d1, knight d4, queen d4.
You're still in your preparation?
Yeah, still in my preparation. But somehow here I underestimated all his idea. I thought it's just nothing, but actually I was also not doing much. So bishop e2, b6, short castle, bishop b7, f3, a5.
We were discussing this position and we weren't sure whether f3 was necessarily the practical choice, just because you kind of imbalance the position, the structure a little bit, and create some weaknesses.
Okay, if
was this something that you prepared?
I knew this idea. I didn't actually prepare this. Okay, of course, if I want to play it very safe, after bishop e2, b6, I can just go bishop f3, swap the bishops, and black never has attack. But then my winning chances are very slim to none. Yeah, so I thought, okay, I should keep a pair of bishops and then see what happens. But actually, I was not doing the right things here. So bishop, I don't know exactly where I did wrong. Maybe somewhere I was too slow. Because then maybe some rook a1 and bishop d1, bishop c3, another regrouping. What I found was not the best, for sure.
Well, somehow the position already doesn't feel that comfortable.
Yeah, my bishops are not doing much. This is a problem. And he has very easy moves. He can always... This knight is very annoying on c5. He can go knight e6 anytime he likes. And he can prepare what happened in the game, like rook f6 and some attacking idea.
Did you feel at any point that you're losing control of the game?
Yeah, actually after queen f7. So here. So okay, here rook f2, rook f6, and here I decided to bail out. I said okay.
Konstantin, 1 second. We know we have a result right now in the Bogdan Dea game against Mamedyarov. That game ended in a draw. Let's continue.
Okay, so here I've decided to bail out. I said okay, enough, it's enough. So I played this bishop d3. After, of course, if he just swaps, it's completely equal. And queen f7, here probably I was a little panicking. This rook e2, I totally missed his queen h5 and piece on e4 idea. So, I don't know.
G6.
But I think now it's very easy to play. It's not so easy for me to defend here.
Definitely not.
I couldn't find. Okay, all the time, if I play h3, then I risk a lot. I was not sure. So I saw this regrouping for a long time. This bishop e1, I tried to make it work. But actually it was quite dubious. So queen h5, bishop e1, and he played bishop e4.
Were you worried about other moves? Actually?
Yeah, actually some bishop f3 ideas I was...
Bishop takes f3 immediately?
Not immediately, sorry. So something like a knight, how was it?
Knight to e4 seems to be a very interesting
Knight e4 was also what didn't look so good. Knight e6 I have queen h4. I don't remember exactly how we could make it.
And another way that the computer was showing, I think, was to play either rook h6 or rook g6, force you to go
bishop g3,
and now knight to e4.
Oh.
And now already very difficult moves such as c5 to keep the balance, well, save yourself on some degree.
Yeah, this looks quite bad. Yeah.
But he played this move, bishop e4. Did he surprise you with this move?
Yeah, okay. I only consider knight e4. So bishop e4 came as a surprise, but I think a pleasant surprise because I thought, okay, now I'm somehow swapping some pieces, I'm not doing so bad. And bishop e1, because bishop c2, I was afraid of this line, kind of knight e6 and queen, let's say, back, queen d2, and takes and knight g5. But probably it was just nothing, yeah? Somehow, yeah, I was not doing...
Two bishops are still defending.
Yeah.
Check, go king h1, bishop g3. It doesn't seem like he's getting anywhere. Have a lot of pieces around your king.
Yeah, so this was not... probably this was better. So bishop e1...
We thought bishop b1 is a very natural
also looked
move.
natural, yes. So rook g6 and bishop g3, bishop b1, rook b1. And finally, my real contribution in the game after knight e4, I found this idea with queen f7 because I had to sit in advance, otherwise it's quite bad.
No, I think this was a brilliant defense.
Yes, so rook e1 and knight g3. Queen d5 I need because otherwise he returns with the queen, just pawn down.
Yeah.
So queen d5, king h8, hg3, rook g3, e4, and he was playing for some tricks because, for example, queen f3, and if e5 he looks winning, then just loses in one move. But of course, I saw this queen f7, and I thought here for sure I'm not worse. And he looks quite, h6 I thought he could play. h6, and I think I wanted to play something like king h1. And
This would probably end in a draw. Rook,
Yeah, well,
rook h3.
if he should probably repeat already because it looks very dangerous.
Do you think he just wanted to beat you at all costs and took unnecessary risks?
I think, yeah, I think his approach was not so practical because he was already in big time trouble. So I think maybe also for him it was time to bail out. Yeah, because he kind of lost control, I think. He already was approaching, I think he had around 3 minutes on the clock left, and that was very risky what he did.
Were you surprised about his time expenditure, specifically given that it felt like his position is a bit more comfortable to play?
Well, a bit surprised, but actually he found this very good idea. So with Queen F7, and so he found some good moves. So there was some.
He spent the time wisely.
Yeah, wisely. But now I think it was already time to bail out. So he did Queen C6.
Rook F2.
Rook F2. Okay, now okay, I'm already playing for a win, I thought, because I have some ideas like H6, F6, and let's say if Queen C5 already, Queen G8 is winning.
And this was your idea in the game, in the actual game as well, actually.
Yeah. So Queen C5, and okay, he's already playing for tricks. Okay, Rook E8 I saw, Rook G2 I cannot take, but okay, this is just a draw.
Yes.
But of course I saw I can play for more. So Queen C5 and Rook E7. Yeah, and here I couldn't really see a defense for him. I don't know if there is, probably not.
No, it's game over at this point.
Yes, Rook D4, okay. F6 I think it's spoiling things because, okay, he has Rook G2 then with checks, and then, and here, okay, first of course I repeat moves once, because I also very short on time. Last force, okay, this is blunder, but probably it's not.
Blunder to a still winning
with
position.
Rook up, yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, so Queen H3, yeah, and here I had to,
I think
I had to be, fine. Yeah, maybe, I thought maybe anything it's winning, but but then it's dangerous because then you end up playing the move that doesn't win. So finally I found this idea, okay.
Look, this is a huge victory for you, but more importantly, what does it mean for you to play after 1.5 years of inactivity against all these top players of the world?
Okay, frankly, unbelievable. I mean, really didn't expect this. I was just, sitting at home, and then this tournament showed up.
Sitting at home, and after that, winning in brilliant style. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kostika, and we're looking forward to see you next games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
And the standings. Alejandro, a tournament of surprises.
Absolutely. 2 players still there at the top with +1. They both drew their games today. Bogdan Daniel Deac, who defeated MVL yesterday, and Fabiano Caruana, that had taken care of Lupulescu yesterday as well. They drew their games today, and they have 2 out of 3. It's Lupulescu that makes the comeback by beating Anish Giri. He joins Levon Aronian, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Wesley So, Alexander Grishuk, and of course Teimour Radjabov on 50%, 1.5 out of 3. And it's the surprise basement over there, at least in my opinion. Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, those are 2nd and 3rd place at the candidates, ladies and gentlemen.
In last place.
Last place in the Grand Chess Tour.
Wow. And what pairings do you have for us for tomorrow, Alejandro?
It's Wesley So against Fabiano Caruana, the classical American matchup. The top 2 players in America will be facing each other tomorrow. Anish Giri with the white pieces will try to bounce back against Levon Aronian. MVL, will he try to push again with the white pieces against the Romanian player, or will he push too hard? That's going to be against Lupulescu, Mamedyarov, and Radjabov. The Azeri matchup I kind of can predict. And then will not be the most... Actually, they've played before, right?
Oh, yes.
Have they actually played a win?
Yeah.
Well, Grishuk against Deac will be finishing that off. Grishuk with the white pieces against a young player that's really proving his mettle, even, I would say, pushing today.
Absolutely, and tied for first. And Maurice, your final thoughts on this day 3?
When you're a commentator, as long as we have been commentators, you want storylines. You want the tournament to be different in some kind of way from what you've seen before. Definitely the unexpected should happen. Well, we've had the unexpected happen day 1, day 2, and day 3. Simply incredible. But add to that the fact that the performers in this event are the local boys, the players for the fans to be cheering, being in shock. A great storyline developing for Romania right now. Just fantastic. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. This is an incredible start to the Grand Chess Tour, and let's hear from Romania their thoughts as the action is absolutely heating up.
Absolutely, Maurice, and you've been talking about storylines. It's amazing to see these Romanian players performing when they have to. Of course, one unexpected thing that I'm seeing is the form of Anish Giri. He seems to be coming off of a peak. He was playing brilliant chess going into the candidates. He fought well all the way until the end in the candidates. But right now, maybe he's a little bit overconfident. This is what I'm seeing from him. And I'm looking forward to see what he's going to come up to bounce back after this very, very difficult loss in the next few games. I'm having my eyes on Anish Giri. Almira, what about you?
Yes, what I wanted to tell you is that the only decisive games in this tournament were played so far by Romanian players. You know, I'm always using this musical metaphors. One of my favorite pieces since childhood is called Romanian Dances by Bela Bartok. So please listen to it and enjoy it and replay the games.
We're going to have a lot of dances tomorrow on the chessboard. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Almira and Christian. And we've got more chess tomorrow, Alejandro.
Unbelievable the way the tournament has started. Thankfully, we have these Romanian players giving us ups and downs, but really this impressive performance by both of them. I don't think many people would have said that one of them is in +1 and the other one on 50% after 3 rounds. Especially, they haven't even played each other.
Right. They're bringing the excitement. We hope you'll join us tomorrow for round 4, same time, same channel. Thank you, everyone.